Again. Again. I don't believe it. Long Fei once again entered the space inside the fairy order. His figure moved and landed on the moon. And at this moment, 4 men suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a man with blonde hair, curly hair, a bald head, and a man with a mane that looked like a wild beast. 4 men stood in front of Long Fei, their chests carrying a symbol. The flag of the United States. Long Fei was startled. United States? Immediately. Long Fei was a little excited. Although he was not from his own country, he at least came from Earth, in the universe. Wouldn't he have met a fellow villager? Hello! Long Fei immediately greeted, and walked up with an excited expression. The 4 of them trembled slightly. Long Fei took a step forward, and they retreated a step, maintaining a safe distance. To them, Long Fei's strange clothes were definitely not ordinary. Long Fei said, I. Damn it, I don't know English. Long Fei did not care whether they understood him or not, and said, I'm Chinese. How is Earth doing now? How is China now? As the saying goes, when a fellow villager sees a fellow villager, both his eyes will be filled with tears. Although they were in a different world, Long Fei had always wanted to see Earth. No matter what, he had lived on Earth for more than 10 years. However, the 4 of them could not understand what Long Fei was saying. Seeing the excitement on Long Fei's face, the 4 of them became a little nervous, and the qi on their bodies kept them on alert. Sensing the auras on their bodies, Long Fei trembled slightly. There's actually the fluctuations of the warrior realm, and there's actually someone on Earth as well? True. At that time, I was just a Diaosi, and couldn't even come in contact with anything. Maybe there have always been all kinds of ancient warriors of martial arts training, and maybe even cultivators on Earth. If not, they would not have been able to stand here so easily without air and gravity. Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. These 4 could be considered the peak powerhouse of the United States. Just as Long Fei had said, there were always ancient warriors on Earth. There were even legendary cultivators in China. However, few people know about these things. Long Fei looked at the 4 of them and scratched his head. You guys don't know Chinese, and I don't know English either. Seeing Long Fei's frown and expression, the 4 of them looked at each other, and one of them spoke in English. This person is dressed similar to the ancient Chinese. Could he not be a powerhouse from China? Who cares who he is, we'll just get him killed. The bald man directly exploded in anger. Don't worry, we need to know what he's doing on the moon. Every time he appears, he disappears and reappears. There must be something here that we don't know about. Do you want to capture him first and then interrogate him slowly? I think so. This Chinese monkey is always screaming. It's so annoying. The 4 of them conversed with each other. Although Long Fei did not understand a single sentence, he understood the last sentence, China's monkey. He raised his eyes slightly and stared at the 4 of them. He raised his middle finger and said heavily, Fuck you! Scolding your father? F***CKU. If it wasn't for the fact that I haven't seen the people from Earth for so long, I would have had the time to be talking nonsense with you bunch of United States' grandsons. Long Fei did not have a good impression of the United States. Before the transmigration, it was still the same after the teleportation. However, there was something special about it this time. He thought that he would meet his fellow countrymen, but he didn't expect him to still dislike him so much. Lousy has given you face, right? At this moment, the bald man instantly became furious. All the muscles in his body suddenly exploded. Kacha, kacha, kacha. One after another of his muscles exploded, like dried-up stones. His entire body also turned into a statue. He rushed out, leapt high into the air, and smashed his right fist hard onto Long Fei's head. Long Fei raised his eyes slightly, and did not try to hide. The other 3 sneered in disdain. Huaxia monkey, die. Baldy's strength was even more powerful than that of a bomb. After being hit by this punch, not to mention a human, even a heavy tank would turn into scrap metal. Thus, in their eyes, Long Fei was already a half-dead in the next second. Long Fei's eyes turned cold, and the corner of his mouth hooked up. Is it only this kind of power? He moved his right hand and stretched out his middle finger. It was even more mocking. The bald man was even more enraged. He clenched his fists tightly and they also became bigger. This kind of force was definitely enough to send a tank flying. Die. Boom. The punch landed. It sent out powerful shockwaves one after another. But, in the next second, Long Fei did not fall. One by one, the rocks shattered and fell to the ground. Long Fei's finger strength had blocked the big bald man's fist, and his fist was quickly cracking, with his entire arm being destroyed. A whoa! The bald man let out a blood-curdling screech. However, he did not retreat. His body rotated 360 degrees in the air. His left fist moved and smashed down heavily once again. Long Fei muttered, "Fuck, did I really give you face?" His middle finger moved. He jabbed his finger forward. Crack! His finger stabbed straight into Big Baldy's fist, causing all the veins on his body to bulge out, his eyeballs to pop out, and his entire left arm to instantly crack. His body followed the explosion and flew out. Rumble! Thousands of miles away, it turned into a black shadow. It was also at this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Giant Stone Variant Thunder. Reward: 1 experience, 1 true spiritual value, 0 universal value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Giant Stone Force of Variation. Do you wish to fuse it? Huh! Long Fei was slightly taken aback. Something could even explode? A mutated boulder? Long Fei looked at the power attribute and shuddered. After fusing, the body can be turned into stone? Damn! This power is not bad. Fuse! All of his attention was focused on the system, and he did not notice the expressions of the other 3 people. Seeing the bald man get sent flying, the 3 of them became furious and instantly rushed over. In that instant, Long Fei's senior realm moved slightly as he waved his right hand. Walala! The 3 of them were instantly sent flying, and were completely unable to bear Long Fei's attack. At the same time, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining invisibility. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Force of Divine Flames. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Beast Transformation Force of Variation. Several consecutive notifications exploded, and each of the 3 people released a special force of variation from their bodies. This kind of force of variation was different from the one Long Fei had encountered in the Zhen Wu continent. These 3 force of variation S were the result of a scientific mutation. As long as your physical body is strong enough, you will be able to unleash your mutation power without any limit. After fusing the 4 different types of powers, the corner of Long Fei's mouth curved up. Damn it, is this United States' grandson giving him benefits? 4 force of variation S suddenly appeared out of nowhere. 4 force of variation S suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After settling the 4 of them, Long Fei did not enter the prison. Instead, he walked to the side of the boundary and looked at the blue planet in the distance while muttering to himself, "No matter what you have become now, there will be a day when I return." China, a secret base. The old man looked at the screen excitedly. The entire base was the same. One of the operators said, "Chief, we have confirmed that the 4S-class Powerhouse S are all dead." Isn't that powerhouse too strong? It completely surpasses the power of our Earth. Chief, you truly have foresight. If it's one of our men who goes up, then the consequences will be. The death of these 4S-class Powerhouse S has dealt a great blow to their country. This powerhouse has really helped us out. This is great. To be able to instantly kill him, ha ha ha. Many people laughed excitedly. The old man suppressed the joy in his heart and asked, "Have the scenes been recorded?" The operator said, "It's all recorded." The old man said, "Immediately ask the lip expert to decipher what he has said. I want to know what he has said to the United States people." The operator said, "I'll send someone over immediately." The old man continued, "Go to the Valley of the Gods and ask for the Holy Maiden." "Forget it. I'll invite him myself." Shocking the earth. United States were instantly killed like this, causing a huge commotion in many countries. However, Long Fei didn't know anything at all. Walking to its original position, the idea moved, pass. This time we have 4 force of variation s. Let's see who else can resist them. Long Fei rubbed the bridge of his nose, then entered a prison deep in the moon. Come. The moment Long Fei landed, before he could even react, a ferocious beast pounced on him immediately. Its fangs were at least 10 centimeters long, and it also had a poisonous green mucus on it. Damn beast! Let's see how you'll numb me this time. Long Fei recognized the beast at a glance. He had used a few hundred deaths to clear up the attributes of the beast. Long Fei roared in his heart, "Giant rock mutation!" Crack! Boom! 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 The skin and muscles all over Long Fei's body underwent a crazy change. The big bald man became a dried-up rock, with a hardness that surpassed granite, but Long Fei did not turn into a rock, but into something that looked like an extremely strong piece of black metal. This was because Long Fei's body was much stronger than the big bald man. He activated the giant stone force of variation, causing the strength of the giant stone to reach a whole new level. Boom! The paralyzing beast pounced, its teeth biting down like sharp daggers. Crack! Crack! The 2 fangs broke apart. Long Fei grinned, hee hee. "You've become an idiot, right? You still want to numb my nerves? Keep dreaming." It had to be said that the gigantic stone force of variation had solved a huge problem for Long Fei. With a flip of his hand, he strangled the paralyzed beast. His right arm moved, big Master Guard arm. Buzz! Divine flame mutate. Rumble! His arm ignited, and he smashed down heavily on the paralyzed beast's head. Rumble! With an explosive sound, the paralyzed beast's head slowly split open, blood gushing out, its body breaking free from Long Fei's restraints, frantically trying to escape. Long Fei's expression tensed up. Damn, how strong is this guy's defense? The power of that punch just now was probably unbearable for even Heavenly Saint Realm powerhouse F. This beast did not die immediately, so it could be said that this guy was quite fierce. However, half a minute later, the paralytic beast collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing paralytic beast for obtaining 100 million experience points, 10,000 true spiritual value points, and 0 universal value. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining paralysis potion number 5. 5 drops of paralysis liquid. It could be fused with pills or a weapon. The moment it hits a person, the person's entire body would go into a state of paralysis. The attributes were similar to the paralyzed ring, but the probability was much higher. 100 million experience points. Awesome! This was the first time Long Fei had killed a fierce beast. It was also at this time. The other beast immediately pounced towards him. Mucus beast. Heh heh. Let's see if your mucus is stronger or if my divine flame is stronger. Long Fei moved his body, his true spiritual value surging. Rumble! His entire body was immediately set ablaze, turning into a flaming person. The slime beasts that surrounded it were blocked by the blazing flames. Ha ha! It's not going to work, right? I can't take it anymore, it's Lousy's turn. Boom! Boom! After a series of heavy punches, the slime beast was defeated. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Mucus Beast, for obtaining 100,000 experience, 10,000 true spiritual value points, and 0 universal value. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Super Mucus. The wind blew crazily all the way. 4 force of variation S were unleashed on Long Fei's body to their limits. In the dark corridor of the prison, Long Fei rolled his way through. His experience points was going wild. The items dropped were also of all kinds. Moreover, all of them were things that the universal realm did not have. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, Level 4 Venerable 1. Ha ha ha! He leveled up again. How many levels has he leveled up? Long Fei was excited. A beast's 100 million experience made him level berserk. Currently, it required 800 million experience to level up. However, in a place like this, even 1 billion experience points would be easy. Continue. Boom! Boom! Long Fei started attacking crazily. The Immortals' residence. Su Su, Lan Mei and Tan De Peo had already arrived at the Immortals' residence. They didn't disturb him when they found out that he was in closed-door training. You are Long Fei's friends, so you are the distinguished guests here. Therefore, you can enjoy access to all the resources here. The Kung Fu Storage Pavilion is located on the southern mountain peak. There are a total of 367 divine rank cultivation techniques, and they are all solo. You have to be careful as you flip through them, but it's fine even if it breaks. The Immortal Weapon Pavilion is located on the northern mountain peak. There are 680 holy artifacts inside, you can pick any one of them. The divine treasures are to the east. There are all sorts of miraculous pills and medicines in the west. You can only use them if you need them. A defense presbyter said indifferently. Let alone them, even Zhou Daoren, Zhou Yuan, and the Fatri sect had never had this kind of treatment. No one had ever received such treatment in the history of the profound sky continent, let alone the 3 of them. Tan De Peo said, Clan Elder, what exactly did my boss do? The defense presbyter smiled faintly and said, I have done a lot. He is now our little ancestor. The person Long Fei called out to protect definitely had a special relationship with him. The person Long Fei called out to protect definitely had a special relationship with him. A teen defense presbyter understood. Therefore, they served him as if he were a honored guest. It was precisely because Long Fei was their little ancestor. With Long Fei present and with the Holy Abyss ruins present, their mission would also be to protect him. Little ancestor? Su Su stuck out his tongue and giggled. Big brother Long Fei is so awesome, how long have you been in Fatri sect for? To become the little ancestor of the 18 defense presbyter. Hee hee. Tan De Peo was also shocked. The boss is the boss. Lan Mei, on the other hand, was very calm. She would not even be shocked if Long Fei suddenly became the king of this world, let alone the little ancestor. Lan Mei reminded him, now that we have the cultivation resources, we can go into seclusion and break through. We will soon be at the gathering of heroes, so Long Fei has to go, we cannot drag him down. Tan De Peo clenched both his fists tightly and immediately flew towards Kung Fu Storage Pavilion. What he lacked now was just the launcher's cultivation technique. Su Su went to the Immortal Weapon Pavilion. Lan Mei went to the Spirit Pill Pavilion. After they left, the Grand Defense Presbyter walked over and said indifferently, the aptitudes and talents of the 3 are all top-notch. One of them is someone who possesses great perseverance, determination, and painstaking effort. One is someone who possesses an extremely high-level blood vein, and the other is someone who possesses a supreme secret art. The 3 of them aren't simple. He can't be bothered with Long Fei protecting them. He should have long discovered their power. It's also no wonder that Blood Monk wants to gamble away the 2 of them. When Defense Presbyter heard the words Blood Monk, he immediately said, "Great senior brother, I have carefully examined the desolate secret world by the side and was unable to find anything. I also failed to find another Lord of Sword Peak." Grand Defense Presbyter exhaled and said, "Forget it, whether he is dead or alive, it doesn't matter anymore. The threat he posed has already been removed. As long as he is here, nothing will happen to the Fatri sect." While they were talking, Grand Defense Presbyter looked at the peak of the mountain, not far away. It was the room where Long Fei had gone into closed-door cultivation. Long Fei was the moving Holy Abyss ruins. He was the Fatri sect's biggest reliance. As long as they could protect him, the Fatri sect would be safe. Rumble! Another demon beast was torn apart. Long Fei became excited. "Who else? I've died 238 times, now it's finally your turn, right?" Long Fei roared heavily, as though he had vented his anger, and looked at the end of the corridor not far away. According to the game's usual design, this corridor was almost at its end. In other words, this trial was almost over. However, had died more than 200 times, but he had not seen a single boss guarding the entrance. Boom! Another berserk beast fell. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, level 6 Venerable 1. He had leveled up by 5. Even if nothing comes out, even if he doesn't obtain the inheritance of the Oatatuki Hagoromo, he would still profit greatly from this instant's dungeon. After one of the fierce beasts fell, the surroundings became quiet. The entire corridor had been cleaned up by Long Fei. Long Fei looked around. "It's not a disaster, it's a blessing, it's a disaster." Without stopping, he strode to the end of the corridor. His speed was very fast and his steps were very crazy. Long Fei herself was exceptionally careful. Until he reached the end of the corridor, he did not see any bosses. When Long Fei touched the gate that led to the next level, he suddenly heard a voice. "Blade Chi is heaven-defying." A long-handled falchion slashed down. Crash! Even if Long Fei was fully alert, he still wouldn't be able to react. Immediately, his head was instantly beheaded. Buzz! His vision turned black and white. The moment he closed his eyes, he saw a red-faced man with a body like a wild beast, holding a long-handled falchion in his hands. Her two godlike eyes looked down at Long Fei's head as it fell to the ground, glared at him furiously. In that instant, the wild beast stepped forward and directly smashed Long Fei's head apart. Huff! Long Fei sucked in a breath of cold air and his entire body trembled. It was not because his head had exploded from being stepped on, but because he was enraged. F***ck. It's a lot, isn't it? Lousy, let's see how long you can hang. Let's go in again. Long Fei did not stop at all, as he once again entered the moon's secret world with the fairy order. Buzz! Stepping into the prison, Long Fei looked at the end of the hallway and said with a heavy tone, "Damn you, your father swearing to not be a human until I trample your head." Boom! Long Fei's footsteps were like thunder, as he quickly charged forward. Although he was furious, Long Fei was incomparably calm. The moment he rushed to the end, the power of the mutated boulder on Long Fei's body suddenly exploded outwards. Buzz! He touched the entrance again. "Come again." Long Fei's right arm sank, and in that instant, the blade's shadow flashed, and another heaven-defying blade chi appeared. Long Fei also reacted immediately. "Big Master Guard arm. Open for me." Crack! Long Fei's head was chopped off once again. At the same time, his fist also landed on it, but the damage caused was only in single digit. 6, and at this moment, the bloody groove on the wild beast man's head revealed itself. 10 billion. A total of 10 billion. Its body glowed not with a golden light, but with a dark purple glow. This type of boss was even stronger. Huff! Long Fei came out from the fairy order once again and gasped for breath. 10 billion HP big boss, I finally met a boss like this. I never thought that there would be such a boss among the fairy order. I must get rid of him. Long Fei did not rashly rush in, and instead pondered. Using invisibility to get close to the door, and then using snapshot step to pull the distance between them. This boss killed me twice. I think I can only take one of his attacks. Can you use the Dragon God transformation's Zero Blood Immortality to take the second attack? The Azure Dragon Sacred Ancient definitely can't be summoned. I can revive without any limits, but the Azure Dragon definitely can't. If we increase the distance, long-range attack? Long Fei was not an ethical person. He was a practitioner who would do whatever he wanted to do. Bosses died countless times to find their weakness. Boom! Long Fei entered again. The invisibility spell approached. At this moment, with the blade chi slashes, Long Fei's eyes darkened. Fuck, invisibility is useless. Dragon God transformation. Resisting one slash, Long Fei's health point became 0. This time, he did not die immediately. Seems like the Dragon God transformation is useful. Then come again. However, the wild man's second move had already landed. He directly beheaded Long Fei. Zero Blood could only block one attack. Huff! Long Fei exhaled deeply. If I have the chance to pull the boss out, that's if I'm fast enough. Sigh. If only there was someone who could fight for me. Chief, did the Holy Maiden agree? The old man nodded. It's very strange. It's as if she knew I was going to invite her. She's already prepared. How long until Chang'e 109 arrives at the moon? The operator said, There's still 1 minute, Chief. Will the Holy Maiden be in danger? One must know that she is. The old man frowned and said, As long as it's a man, anyone who sees her will have 0 risk. If the Guardian boss was too strong, even if Long Fei were to revive it, trying again would be useless. If the Guardian boss was too strong, even if Long Fei were to revive it, trying again would be useless. He could only withstand 2 slashes at most. In this situation, there was nothing he could do. It would be great if someone could resist the monsters indefinitely. Damn it, let's go again. Long Fei gave it another try and entered the fairy order. His figure appeared on the moon. Before he could enter the prison corridor, he saw a girl standing not far away. He was dressed in light white clothes with long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like a fairy. Long Fei rubbed his eyes and muttered, Everyone says that there's a Chang'e in the moon. She can't be fairy Chang'e, right? Very pretty. The kind of beauty that would make a person lose their ability to resist just by looking at her. Not only that, there was something even more important. There was an exclamation mark floating above the woman's head. Golden, glowing exclamation marks that were completely different from normal NPC quests. Long Fei's gaze darkened. Could it be that Chang'e is going to give me a quest? The woman also saw Long Fei. That scene stunned her for a moment as she looked at him without moving. He stood there in a daze. Just as if he was a man looking at a peerless beauty, he was also attracted by Long Fei. Long Fei was shocked. I didn't bring out my charm value, did I? Like I said, my charm should be unstoppable. For such a beautiful girl to be able to attract my attention, you can imagine how handsome I am. Long Fei said narcissistically. And then, Long Fei walked forward. He wanted to know what exactly that exclamation mark was. Was it to trigger some super quest? Cough cough. Long Fei walked forward and said softly, Beautiful girl, how are you? The woman returned to her senses and smiled brightly at Long Fei. 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks, as if she was a mischievous little girl. Walking closer to the girl, Long Fei felt a strange sense of familiarity in his heart. It was as if he had dreamed about it. Furthermore, this feeling was especially strong. Long Fei looked at her smiling face and said a little old-fashioned, Have we met each other somewhere? Why do I feel so familiar? Not only that. The exclamation mark on the woman's head was also very different. The exclamation mark above her head reminded Long Fei of the Zhen Wu continent's Yorong, and was also one of the 7 beauties of the ultimate mission. It was only because he had activated the mission on her and completed it that Long Fei was able to obtain the black and white power. The exclamation mark that was floating on top of the girl in front of him was exactly the same as the one that was on top of Yorong's head back then. Could it be? Is this really one of the Super Beauty's missions? Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. If that's really the case, then getting another power that's the same as black and white would truly be awesome. How strong was the black and white power? He was incomparably powerful. How could the number 1 person in ancient world not be strong? If all 7 of his powers were gathered, Long Fei had a feeling that even if it was God's tribe S, they would only be able to be killed instantly. The woman looked at Long Fei's passionate look, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She said, "Big brother Long Fei, you don't recognize me anymore?" With these words, Long Fei was instantly stunned. He stared at the girl and said, You know me? That's impossible." Long Fei instantly denied it. As long as it was a beauty he had seen before, whether it was in his previous life or this life, he would remember her easily. He would never forget her. The girl nodded like a chick pecking rice. Her big black eyes lit up as she said, Yes, don't you remember me?" She looked happy and excited. That happiness came from the heart. Long Fei shook his head and said, "I only feel that it's familiar, but I really can't remember." The girl said, "It's normal for you to not remember, because when I met you, I was just a little girl. Now that I'm older, I'm already 18. Little girl. Long Fei still could not think of when he would meet a little girl, and even if he did, it would be in the Zhen Wu realm or the universal realm. Judging from the clothes that the girl was wearing, it seemed more like she was from Earth. Since the United States was able to send the mutated powerhouse to the moon, then China naturally had the ability to do the same. The girl said, "Do you remember there was a big fire at the place where you lived in the past? You saved a little girl from the fire, and I am that little girl." After she finished speaking, the girl looked at Long Fei seriously. Waiting for Long Fei's answer was the same. "A fire? Where I used to live?" Long Fei muttered in his heart, "I went to a foreign world when I was playing games. There wasn't a fire then." Suddenly, Long Fei's pupils suddenly contracted as he thought about the 10-story Devil Tower in the Zhen Wu continent who had transmigrated as if they were hallucinations. At that time, he had teleported to Earth and experienced a huge fire, and at that time, he had really saved a little girl, but wasn't that an illusion from the Demon Pagoda? Long Fei felt that something was wrong. This was clearly a test within the Demon Pagoda. It was obviously just an illusion, but why did it actually happen? Moreover, judging from the girl's expression, she was definitely not lying to him. Could it be? At that time, did he really transcend over? Isn't this too unbelievable? Long Fei secretly thought, "System, what the hell are you doing? Who the hell are you? What are you trying to do? So what if I teleported, or was brought back, or was given a seal to store my memories of? What exactly do you want me to do?" He didn't know why. Long Fei felt a trace of fear in his heart. Because he felt like a puppet of the system, at his disposal. It was great to have a system that allowed one to kill people, level up, kill monsters, drop equipment, and level up as fast as possible. Life was like a game, but everything was controlled by a certain power. Long Fei secretly clenched his fists and thought, "No matter what, I will think of a way to get rid of you." He would not be controlled by a power for the rest of his life. When the girl saw Long Fei's shocked expression, she could not help but ask, "Big brother Long Fei, did you remember? It doesn't matter if I don't think of it. My name is Yu." Long Fei regained his senses and laughed. "I remember now, I didn't expect you to grow up to be like this." Thinking about that scene now, Long Fei felt that the little girl was very special, very special. It was just that he didn't remember so much of her at that time because he was hallucinating. However, what he didn't expect was that the girl in front of him had already become one of his super beauty missions. If it was a quest, it would trigger the moment they came into contact with it. But not. This made Yorong even more the same. Do you really remember? Yor was incomparably excited and as happy as a little butterfly. Big brother Long Fei, what are you doing on the moon? Long Fei froze for a moment, then said, I'm completing a secret mission. Yor asked, can you bring me along? Big brother Long Fei, can you bring me along? Big brother Long Fei, can you bring me along? Her two big eyes were shining as she looked at Long Fei without moving, just like an incomparably adorable big loli. Her heart was almost warmed by her eyes. No. The moment Long Fei said that, he said in his heart, can you bring people to that place? If it's possible, then can I bring them in and form a group to kill them together? Long Fei had never thought of this. Logically speaking, he should be the only one who could enter this place. Big brother Long Fei. Just take me with you, I promise I won't give you any trouble, I'll send you for. Yor immediately started acting like a spoiled child, her voice, that expression, not to mention Long Fei. Even the operators watching the big screen at a secret base on Earth were filled with excitement. They had never seen the Holy Maiden make such an expression before. He had never seen her smile so many times in a single day. They were all stunned. The old man also said indifferently, you still want to use a beauty trap? It seems like our Holy Maiden is captivated by him. Holy Maiden, don't you dare not come back. If the Holy Maiden left, it would be a huge loss to China, much more so than when 4 S-ranked mutated powerhouse S died. Not only could China see the scenery on the moon, even the United States, Europe and the countries in Southeast Asia could be seen. If the Holy Maiden disappeared, then these countries would celebrate with the entire country. They might even make their move against the ancient Chinese martial artists. Now, the old man was regretting sending the Holy Maiden to the moon. The pressure on him was too great. Long Fei's heart was so soft that he was completely unable to resist Yor's coquettish actions, and he said, all right, but you have to promise me that. Without waiting for Long Fei to finish, Yor immediately jumped up in joy. Long live, eh? Yeah. Actually, what Long Fei did not know was that ever since that huge fire, Yor remembered him in her heart, and always thought about meeting with Long Fei the next time. From then on, the little girl thought that if she grew up faster, she would be able to marry Long Fei. Silly and naive. He did not know why, but the more he thought of Long Fei, the more power appeared in her body, as though it was the power that he missed. This power did not belong to Earth, but seemed to come from another world. She was the guardian of ancient China's martial arts. If she was no longer here, then the ancient Chinese martial arts would collapse. Looking at her happy expression, Long Fei laughed as well. You can only follow behind me. Also, there's a very strong person inside, you must not get close to him. If I die, you don't have to worry about me, it's not really a death, it's just a clone of mine. Do you understand? Yor nodded and said, yes, I understand. Long Fei asked, understand what? Yor was stunned, Yeah, I see. Long Fei. He was speechless. He didn't know if it was right or wrong to bring Yor down, but, seeing how she didn't want to go down with him, she definitely wouldn't stop. Huff. All right. Long Fei held onto Yor's hand and said, hold on to my hand tightly. With her hand being held by Long Fei, Yor's little face immediately flushed red. With a bashful expression, she looked like a little girl, with her head lowered as she followed behind Long Fei. His heart was filled with incomparable joy. Chief, I strongly recommend that the Holy Maiden come back. The uniformed man's eyes were blazing with fire. Seeing Long Fei holding onto the Holy Maiden's hand, all the bones in his body began to crack. At this time, the other operators also followed, I also recommend it. The Holy Maiden's hand has never been held by any alien. How could he hold the Holy Maiden's hand? I object. I strongly object. The old man stared at the man. Is the speech expert here yet? The uniformed man replied, We are on the way. The elder snorted, Are you still thinking about the Holy Maiden? Your cultivation level hasn't improved at all these years. You can't even walk freely on the moon with your level of cultivation. Why are you still angry? The uniformed man was even more scared, not saying a word. The old man also wanted to bring the Holy Maiden back, but now, let alone him, no one would be able to call him back. He only hoped that the Holy Maiden could return to Earth and not disappear along with the powerhouse. Before he could even finish begging in his heart, the operator stood up abruptly and said, Chief, the Holy Maiden and that powerhouse are gone. The old man's heart sank and he trembled. We're finished. The uniformed man stared at the screen angrily. There was nothing on the screen. At this moment. At a secret base in United States. Ha ha ha. The protector of China has disappeared. God bless him, ha ha ha. Huaxia pig, without the guardians, you ancient warriors are no match for us mutants. Just you wait and receive the humiliation. Ha ha ha. Island Nation, a certain department. Lord Wuzong, this is an opportunity. I suggest we immediately start the extermination plan. The ninjas hiding in China can now start. Activate. Without China's protection, China will lose its greatest protection. As long as we move first, I believe that the people of Southeast Asia, the United States, and Europe will also move. When that happens, history is about to repeat itself. Ha ha ha. Earth was very peaceful in the world of ordinary people. It was just a normal world where people went to work and left work. But in fact, Earth had never been normal. Legends of the ancient times, the great wastelands, the western world of gods, they might actually exist. The world of ordinary people was ordinary. However, for the ancient martial world, it was a stormy sea. Huge waves began to stir. Moon. In the gloomy underground corridor. Long Fei was secretly shocked. We can really bring people in. I wonder if you can bring people in from Universal Realm? If you can, then this daddy will send a group in. Long Fei was secretly excited. Yura was also shocked. Looking at the dark corridor, she muttered, There is such a secret prison under the moon? There are so many corpses of monsters. Big brother Long Fei, did you kill all these monsters? Yura looked at Long Fei with a face full of worship. Long Fei nodded and said, All right. You stay here, I'll go take a look. Remember, don't go inside. Long Fei was a little worried. After all, that beast-like man was too strong, he could kill him with one slash. Yura obediently nodded and said, I will remember. However, she looks. He simply did not remember what Long Fei had said. Long Fei also couldn't accompany her. He quickly rushed to the end of the corridor. Yura watched as Long Fei disappeared, then her figure moved like a fairy. Her toes lightly tapped, and her entire person floated up. Long Fei turned his head back a few times, but didn't see Yura following him. Following that, Long Fei did not care. He could only take 2 hits anyway. He had to think of a way to kill the boss. If I don't touch that door, the boss won't appear. And if I attack that door? Long Fei made up his mind. Immediately, the power of the senior realm was released. The power of the big Master Guard arm burst out, striking towards that thick door. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. At this moment, a ray of heaven-defying blade chi emerged. Long Fei knew that he had no way of dodging it. He had already tried countless of times, and there was no way of dodging it at all. Even if he could retreat dozens of meters, he would not be able to dodge. The blade attribute of the long-handled falchion seemed to have a 100% accuracy. As long as the blade continued to cut down, no matter where you were, you would be able to hit 100%. This attribute was extremely abnormal. Thus, Long Fei did not try to dodge it at all, but instead shouted loudly, "Dragon God transformation! Be careful, big brother Long Fei!" Suddenly, a sound was heard. Long Fei's mind tensed up. He was scared silly. No! Yuer looked at the blade chopping towards Long Fei, but she did not care about anything, directly rushing over, and wanted to block this attack for Long Fei. But how powerful was this strike? Let alone Yuer, even a powerhouse of the gods' holy state would be killed instantly by this blade. Long Fei never thought that Yuer would keep following him. It was just that he didn't notice it when it was right on top of his head. All the hair on his body stood on end. Long Fei's eyes were like that of a beast's as she said heavily, "If you dare hurt her, I will make sure you will never be reborn." He exerted all of his strength. He rammed head-on. Yuer didn't stop either. She was just as fast, and faster than Long Fei. "You're not allowed to hurt big brother Long Fei." Boom! His figure resembled an immortal. A strand of silk shot out from her sleeve, and directly wrapped around the incomparably strong long-handled falchion. At this moment, a strange scene happened. The long-handled falchion seemed to have sunk into a swamp and become weak. The blade chi also retracted in an instant, as if it was a car without oil that was on fire. Long Fei was secretly surprised. Is there such a thing? An opportunity! With a shock in his heart, Long Fei seized this opportunity to burn his right arm, decaying power, the power of the underworld fire, the killing sword. Tens of thousands of energies continued to flow into the arm guard. Roar! 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 After 3 consecutive roars from the ancient devil, the 18 pieces of metal Big Master Guard arm trembled and its power surged. Long Fei threw out a heavy punch, super power. Die! Rumble! A punch landed heavily on the wild beast's abdomen. Buzz! Flames burst out of the wild beast's abdomen, and with a tremble of its body, its entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the stone door behind it. Boom! The stone door suddenly caved in, and a series of crackling sounds came from all over his body, as if his body had split apart. A bright red number floated above his head. 939739200, a damage of less than 1 billion damage. F***CK. Long Fei's heart sank. This punch could even kill a level 1 Overlord powerhouse in an instant, however. Facing this wild beast, he could only deal less than 1 billion damage. Moreover, this fellow's HP was 10 billion. In other words, his super fist hadn't even dealt 1/10 of the same damage. Damn it! Long Fei fought to hold back his mental breakdown. This punch exerted all of his strength, and the endurance of his physical body, even his mental energy had reached its limit. If not for him clenching his teeth, he would have already fainted. No way! I can't faint! This time, I will not die. If he were to die now, what would happen to Yuer? He could revive after death, but what about Yuer? She wasn't the owner of the system. If she was going to die, then… Long Fei forced himself to stabilize his body, then moved his right arm once again. However, this time, the wild beast straightened its body. Its human figure was as fast as lightning. In a blink of an eye, one blade was aimed straight at Long Fei's head. Fast, ruthless, and fierce. This slash was unstoppable. Moreover, even if this saber were to be swung out, even ghosts and gods would not be able to dodge it. Cluck, cluck. Long Fei's teeth were about to explode. Fuck! Walala! The saber slashed down. The health point above Long Fei's head immediately turned into 0. The spring of life quickly recovered. In a few seconds, he had recovered to normal HP, but, even so, Long Fei was unable to withstand the power of the second slash. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. Seeing the blood gushing wildly from Long Fei's neck, The holy maiden seemed to have gone berserk. Bullying my big brother Long Fei. I won't let you go. Boom! Yor seemed to have transformed into another person as silk and silk continued to shoot out from her entire body. In an instant, she had wrapped the wild beast into a big dumpling. And then, Yi Zichen moved his hands. Bam! The wild beast wrapped into a big dumpling was directly sent flying and smashed into the wall, leaving a dent on it. A bright red damage also floated out from the top of his head. 4934982000 bam. With another fierce smash, another bright red damage floated up. 4838472002 bam. 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 A crazed, furious smash. It was like a bouncing ball, crazily smashing down in the dark corridor. The wild beast was like a small ant in front of Yor, it could only be ravaged. Long Fei was stunned. Damn, is it that violent? Isn't that a bit too violent? An angry lowly. The violence was so great that Long Fei was a little afraid. Moreover, berserk beasts were completely crushed by Yor, this strength. Long Fei did not understand. Could it be that the people on Earth have become so terrifying? Holy sh*t. Then I, Earth, still want to act cool? Isn't that courting death? To think that he would be a match for someone who was capable of torturing a wild beast to such an extent? If a wild beast could instantly kill him, then what about Yor? If all the powerhouse on Earth were this awesome, then they would only end up being oppressed when they returned to Earth. Actually, Earth's level wasn't low. She was a world where technology and ancient martial arts coexisted, and Earth was guarded by many big shots in the universe. Again, the reason why Yor suddenly protected Long Fei was because the closer she was to Long Fei, the stronger she was. Adding on the fact that she saw Long Fei being injured and his entire body going berserk, she did not care about anything else at all. Seeing that the blood on the head of the raging god was running low, Long Fei was excited. Ha ha ha! It's going to explode! Yor was too violent, and the berserk beast boss had been completely destroyed. Yor was too violent, and the berserk beast boss had been completely destroyed. The gash on the top of his head quickly revealed the bottom of his body. Long Fei was excited. A purple-level boss with 10 billion HP, what good stuff can it drop? I'm so looking forward to it. Boom! The wild beast that had been tied up like a dumpling smashed against the wall, and the 10 billion blood on its head had turned into 0 points. Yor slightly retracted her aura, and said angrily, "Humph, making you bully big brother Long Fei." Finished. Looking at the mess on the long corridor, she was also a little confused. She muttered to herself, When did I become so strong? How strange. My cultivation still hasn't reached this level, right? His heart was filled with doubts. She was very clear about her own strength. If she were to say something like killing a wild beast on Earth, it would definitely be impossible. Not to mention her, even the entire Earth's martial arts training powerhouse would not be able to do it. Why is that? Then, Yor looked at the excited Long Fei and suddenly understood. I know, this is all because of Big Brother Long Fei. He is the source of power for me, and every time I think about him, my power becomes stronger by a bit. Because that must be it. Yor's heart was firm. Long Fei did not think too much about it. He was only thinking about one thing: what kind of treasure would this boss drop? This was the first time Universal Realm encountered such a BOS. A holy artifact that can definitely release super power. Long Fei rubbed his hands together, held his breath and waited quietly, waiting for the system beep to ring. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As time passed, Long Fei was extremely puzzled to find that the system did not ring out a notification. What the hell is this? He's clearly at the bottom of his health bar, but he still isn't going to explode? Even if it doesn't drop anything, there should at least be a notification for it to kill, right? Did the system fail? Long Fei opened up the system to check, and discovered that the system was operating normally, and had not malfunctioned at all. What is the reason? That was strange. If his HP had dropped to 0, then he would have died. The system would have rung, but it was not the case now. Yor saw Long Fei's puzzled expression and could not help but ask, "Big brother Long Fei, what's wrong?" Long Fei shook his head. "I don't know. I just find it strange. Could it be that this fellow is still alive?" This was the only possibility. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him not to explode. Yor was stunned. "He's not dead? Then why didn't he move?" While they were talking, the satin in Yor's hand was slightly pulled, and the wild beast was dragged a few meters back, but it didn't struggle. Yor said, "He didn't move." But right at this moment, Long Fei's pupils abruptly tightened and his nerves instantly tensed up. Without even the slightest hesitation, he rushed over. Careful! Yor wasn't the owner of the system, so he couldn't see any changes to the berserk beast. However, Long Fei could see it. In the instant that Yor dragged the boss along, the HP on top of the boss head suddenly recovered from 0 to 1,000,000,000 points. Its HP had recovered by a tenth. Moreover, in that instant, the silk cloth surrounding him was torn apart, and an incomparably powerful blade chi surged towards Yor. Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart, because not only did this mad beast boss possess the special power of Zero Blood Immortal, it also had the super strong recovery ability of Spring of Life. It was stronger than what he had grasped. This was too shocking, too strange. It was simply unimaginable. Swish! With a ripping sound, the wild beast ripped apart the silk cloth on its body and flew out. The long-handled falchion in its hands drew out a line of fire like half-moon blade chi, furiously chopping at the top of Yor's head. Berserk attack. This was an extremely strong power under the berserk beast's berserk mode. Yor didn't have time to react at all. She thought that the berserk beast was already dead, and the sudden change left her unable to react. It was also at this time. Long Fei rushed forward. Yor's pupils tightened as she shouted loudly, "Big brother Long Fei, don't." Walala! Crack! An incomparably powerful flaming blade chi slashed towards Long Fei, who was in front of Yor. Long Fei's body was instantly sliced into two. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Long Fei's health point had also hit the bottom in an instant. His body split into two halves and dropped to the ground, blood gushing out wildly. Dead again. To Long Fei, his death this time was the most miserable, but he did not feel any fear. However, to Yor, Long Fei was dead. He was truly dead. In order to save her, Yor had died. Looking at the bloody body of Long Fei that was split into two, the power in her entire body was like a volcanic eruption, and she could not control it at all. He immediately transformed into a demon. Her snow-white dress turned blood-red, and her jet-black hair instantly turned snow-white. Her pupils turned blood-red, and the aura on her body abruptly changed. The entire corridor had turned into a demon sea. Rumble! A loud explosion resounded. Red light shot out from the surface of the moon, covering millions of kilometers, and all the satellites in the space station stopped moving at that moment. The scene that was transmitted back to Earth also became black and white. What's going on? What happened? Why is there such a powerful energy wave? Quick, contact the space station immediately and have them send someone to the moon to see what's happening. Earth was thrown into chaos. China Secret Base. The old man sat down on a chair and stared at the black and white screen without moving. His heart sank as he said, it's over, completely. I shouldn't have. I am a sinner of China. How do you explain this to the immortal God Valley? How do you explain this to the country?" The old man seemed to have aged several tens of years in an instant. Inside the base, everyone was silent. With the disappearance of the Holy Maiden and the violent shock wave from just now, one could imagine. The chances of the Holy Maiden surviving were very low. The uniformed man walked in and said, "Chief, our comrades from the space station are unable to get close to the moon. That wave of energy is too strong. Even if they are wearing alloy equipment, they will be penetrated in an instant." Now, the uniformed man clenched his fists and didn't continue. The old man's eyes were a little unfocused as he said lightly, "I can only rely on the blessing of the heavens." There was nothing they could do. In the face of that power, they were too weak. Even if there was advanced technology, it was still the same. It was too insignificant. Demonification. Ur had completely transformed. The devilish aura released from her body shook, sending the beast flying and heavily hitting the wall. In that instant, Ur took a step forward. Boom! There was an explosion from the moon. It was as if the entire moon was caving in. One step landed in front of the wild beast, and with one hand, he firmly grabbed onto the beast's neck. With a heavy voice, he said, "I said before, you're not allowed to bully my big brother Long Fei." Ah! A furious roar. Gotcha! The neck of the wild beast was crushed. Crack! Crack! His neck was crushed and his head rolled off. At this moment, the gash on his head was gone. At the same time, hoo 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 hoo, hoo 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 hoo. Long Fei sweated profusely. Ur. Long Fei didn't have time to think of anything. He immediately grabbed onto his fairy order and quickly entered the moon. Before he could enter the fairy order, the system suddenly sounded out a notification sound. Ding! Congratulations player Long Fei for defeating Guardian Boss Berserk Beast. You have gained 18 million experience points, 100 million true spiritual value, 0 universal value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Martial Saint weapon Long-Handled Falchion. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the Divine Level Blade Art Azure Dragon's Crescent Moon Beheader. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Mad Beast Skill Replication. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, Level 9 Honored Warrior. Continuously rising 3 levels. He was still one step away from reaching Royal Realm. Brought along a Level 9 clearing the dungeon. This instance dungeon could only be described with one word, and that was awesome. Damn. No wonder the Berserk Beast God transformation and the Spring of Life's recovery power are both because of the replication technique? F***CK. This is too awesome, isn't it? Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If the wild beast is dead, then Ur will definitely be fine. Huff! It scared me to death. Long Fei was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He did not stop and entered the moon immediately. Buzz! Long Fei's figure moved, landing on the surface of the moon. The space between his eyebrows suddenly tightened. What a strong demonic energy! I have never seen such a strong demonic energy. Even the demon world opened in the Zhen Wu continent did not have such a powerful devil aura. Even last time, Devil Sect did not. This. Long Fei was shocked speechless, because the demonic energy in front of him was like an endless ocean. He had never felt such a strong demonic energy before. The appearance of this demonic energy on the moon was too inconceivable. Suddenly, Long Fei tensed up. It can't be Ur, right? Immediately, Long Fei moved his body and instantly entered the prison corridor under the moon. At this moment, he not only felt the demonic aura, but also the extremely strong demonic might that could crush metal into dust. Even if Long Fei possessed a boundless sea of consciousness, at that instant, his body couldn't help but sink as well. It's way too high compared to the pressure of an Overlord realm powerhouse. This kind of pressure, if God's holy powerhouse were to enter, his body would instantly explode. Woo woo. Woo woo woo. The sound of weeping came from the depths of the corridor. The sound of her crying heart was filled with sorrow. Hearing this cry, Long Fei's heart was also in pain. Why? Why? Big brother Long Fei. Why? Woo. Why can't I save you? Why are you so stupid, woo woo? Long Fei walked closer with difficulty. Her hair was full of white, and her blood-red eyes were also a woman dressed in blood-red clothes. At this moment, she knelt there, tears streaming down her face. The place where she knelt happened to be the place Long Fei died at. Seeing this, Long Fei felt as if her heart had been pierced by a steel needle. Yuer turned her face to the side and said, tears filled his face. The moment she saw Long Fei, she herself was a little unable to believe it, and cried out involuntarily, Big brother Long Fei. The whole person. She immediately jumped up from the ground and threw herself into Long Fei's embrace. Regardless of whether Long Fei was a human or a ghost, she started to wail. He was crying his heart out. Long Fei hugged her tightly, gently patting her back, and muttered, I'm sorry. No. It's yours fault, it's all yours fault. Yuer shouldn't have refused to listen to you. Yuer was wrong, woo. Big brother Long Fei, please don't leave me alone anymore, okay? I'm so scared. Woo woo woo. Yuer laid her head on Long Fei's shoulder, tears flowing nonstop. It's all because of me that you died, and I almost let you die in the sea of fire at that time as well. Woo woo. Long Fei's heart secretly tightened. He hugged Yuer tightly and said, I'm not dead, I've obtained everything, I won't die that easily. Yuer could not believe it. She had clearly seen Long Fei's body being slashed into two by the wild beast. How could he not have died? She hugged Long Fei even more tightly, as if she was afraid that Long Fei would fly away the moment she let go of him. Long Fei said, Really, I didn't lie to you. Big brother Long Fei wouldn't lie to Yuer, I'm really not dead yet. If you don't believe me, you can touch my face and see if you can feel the heat. Yuer did as he was told, and after feeling the warmth from Long Fei's body, her eyes went blank for a moment before she asked, Big brother Long Fei, you're really still alive? Long Fei smiled faintly. A dead person has no body temperature. Look, I'm not alive and well, I've told you before, I won't die. In that instant, Yuer's tears turned into smiles as she excitedly jumped up and down. This time it looked more like a colorful butterfly. Long Fei saw the changes in her body and asked, Yuer, how did you change your body? Yuer looked at her white clothes turning blood red and her hair turning white. She mumbled, I don't know either. Big brother Long Fei, since I've become like this, do you not like me? She looked at Long Fei with a serious face. Long Fei shook his head and said, Idiot, you're so cute, how could I not like you? Actually, if not for Yuer, Long Fei might not have been able to pass this trial even after 10 more years. If it wasn't for Yuer, Long Fei wouldn't have been able to kill berserk beasts. His heart was filled with gratitude. Hearing Long Fei's words, Yuer became even more excited. Yay, yes, Big brother Long Fei said that he likes me, Big brother Long Fei said that he likes me. Slowly, her body slowly returned to its original form. His hair turned black and his blood-red clothes turned white. When she had completely returned to her previous state, all of a sudden, the golden exclamation mark above her head disappeared, and a system beep appeared in Long Fei's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the super quest Beauty of Thinking. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the super strength demonification. Do you want to fuse them? The sudden pleasant surprise caused Long Fei to be greatly astonished. The previous super primordial energy was obtained from the black and white power on Yorong's body. This was the second power, the power of demonic transformation. Long Fei looked at the system, and his heart started to churn. It was also at this time. Black and White, who hadn't made a sound for a long time, suddenly said, "Old devil, you're back." Power, demonification. Power, demonification. Similarly, like Black and White, he also received the power of the number one individual in the ancient world. A person had a righteous side, but they also had an evil side. This evil side was the devil. Thus, demonification was also known as the power of violence. Just like the power that Eur had exploded out earlier, it was abnormally berserk and domineering. Long Fei was the only one in her world, and when this power was uncontrollable, it would erupt with the strongest power. Demonification. In short, it was demonification, into the path of self-insanity. The Black and White voice shook Long Fei and he immediately asked, "Black and White, is this my second power?" "Ah ha ha!" A deep and wild laughter burst out, just like the wild laughter of the great devil that had existed for millions of years in the seal. "Old man in Black and White, you're here too? Who is this guy? How could I let you and me parasitize on him? Are you trying to possess her? Right, where's Boss? Boss, why aren't you here? When the seven of us gather together, will we be able to kill them all? Ha ha ha. The entire ancient world is beneath our feet." The crazed voice was filled with hostility. Long Fei slightly said, "About that, you should listen to what I say inside my body. Don't try to take over my body like that. What are you trying to do? Brat, who are you talking to?" The old demon let out a heavy cry. Long Fei said, "Old bastard, who are you talking to now? How preposterous! You dare to talk to me like that? Back then in ancient world, a person like you disappeared in front of me in the blink of an eye. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Do you believe that I can take your body away at any moment?" He was the devil in the heart of the number one person in ancient world. He was fearless. Even in the face of death, he would laugh. How could he lower himself in front of a boy? It was impossible. Long Fei was not someone to be trifled with, and said, "Now, Snatch One, let me take a look, and see if it is you who turn into ashes, or if my body is taken by you." "Humph! Are you trying to provoke me? Then I'll take one of you and have a look." The devil flame on the old demon's body trembled, and in that instant, the devil aura on Long Fei's body exploded out like a heaven-defying devil. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Boundless devil might shot out one after another. The entire moon was shrouded in a bloody demonic aura, as if it was a blood-red moon. Earth looked over. It was the blood-red moon. It was incomparably scarlet and dazzling. It was an existence that was like a wonder of the world. Many people looked up. The blood-red moon, the moon has turned blood-red. How strange, is it the end of the world? Wow, this blood-red moon is too beautiful. Is there some kind of disaster coming? The various countries were on full alert. The heads of state were also on the phone. Various experts appeared out of nowhere to fend off the rumors. Earth, Dragon, Tiger, Taoist. The demonic moon has appeared, and the matter has come to an end. An old Taoist stood on the summit of the upper clear mountain, looking at the blood-red moon while frowning. A Taoist priest behind him asked, "Master, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Will the magic captains come to Earth now?" The old Taoist shook his head and said, "Is it a blessing or a disaster? Let nature take its course. This is something that we mortals cannot change." There were many places that were in a state of panic. The amount of demonic chi released this time was several times thicker than the one emitted by Eur. Eur was also unable to completely unleash her demonic powers. "Heh heh! Brat, you want to fight me? You're not qualified. It only took a split second for my power to take away yours. You think you can act smug in front of me?" The old demon despised him. However, not waiting for him to finish, the World Suppression Monument suddenly moved, and floated out of Long Fei's body. At this moment, plop! The old demon instantly knelt on the ground. Big brother, I was wrong. I was just teasing you. Instantly, he became impotent. This was because the strength of the World Suppression Monument could instantly crush him to the ground. This was because the strength of the World Suppression Tablet could instantly crush him to the ground. Black and White heaved a long sigh. You have no backbone. F***ck. Your elder is capable of yielding, all right? Old man in Black and White, I say, how can you be like this? You already knew that there was a repression of boundary stones in this boy's body. Why didn't you remind me? The old demon said in annoyance. Black and White said, didn't you say that a real man could yield and submit? Why would I say that? You don't have to think about it. If I didn't have the strength to crush you, do you think I would have spoken to you like this? The old demon muttered, that's true, your temper is even more explosive than mine. I've been curious about how you've become so docile from the start, but I didn't expect you to be here as well. World Suppression Tablet, what are you trying to do? Wherever I am, you are. Can't you make me live more comfortably? Long Fei said indifferently, Old fart, are you still cocky? Brother, you are my blood brother, I was wrong, I really was wrong, is that not okay? I sincerely apologize. I swear I will not take your place. I definitely will not. If you want me to go east, I will not go west. If you want me to kill someone, I will not save anyone. The old demon repeatedly said. The repression of boundary stones was about to press down on top of his head. As long as he lightly touched it, his head would feel like it had been struck by lightning. That kind of feeling was very hard to endure. He had already tried once, but he didn't want to try again. Long Fei said softly, that's more like it. I'll be your boss from now on, you can act cocky now, but this daddy here, repression of boundary stones, will cover you up. The old demon said, yes, you are the boss and you are the elder brother. However, he thought to himself, damn, I'll go with you first. When I get a chance to deal with you, you little rascal, you want to stand on my head and poop and pee? Even my boss wouldn't dare to do that. Black and White said, Old devil, it's best if you give up. This kid might be able to go farther than us. The old demon's heart trembled. Him? I don't believe it. If we can't change it, how can he? No one will be able to pass that trial. No one will be able to pass that trial. We don't believe that anyone will be able to. The old demon disdainfully said. Black and White did not explain, saying, he is different from us, and the way he walks is also different from us. He might be one of the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders, and we are just a foil to him. Just to wait for him to come along. The old demon was silent. Black and White were grumpy, but he never joked. Moreover, the Black and White had been following Long Fei for a relatively long time, so he should know what kind of person the owner of this body was. After a long time, the old demon lightly said, Black and White old fogey, is boss still suppressed there? Black and White nodded. That should be the case. The reason we came out was because our boss used the last of his strength to protect us. The old demon muttered, if this kid can save the boss, I'll be his slave. Even if I have to turn him into ashes, that's fine. Black and White smiled. That is possible. Killing the guardian boss, taming the old devil, and obtaining the second power, although Long Fei still did not know the exact method to use the second power, he could tell that the old devil's power was very strong and abnormal. Killing the guardian boss, taming the old devil, and obtaining the second power, although Long Fei still did not know the exact method to use the second power, he could tell that the old devil's power was very strong and abnormal. And then there was the encounter with Earth's girl, a girl he had once saved from a dream. Let him know that there is someone on Earth who has been thinking about him. After the first trial ended, he did not manage to obtain the inheritance of the 6 paths of the immortal. This was because it was not only the first trial, There were obstacles after it, and the inheritance of the Oatatuki Hagoromo was not that easy to obtain. Long Fei was not in a hurry. It would be better to have more of these dungeons. He would be able to level up faster. Big brother Long Fei, can you really not let me go back to Earth? Yuer looked at Long Fei lovingly. She really wished that Long Fei could return to Earth with her. His heart was filled with incomparable desire. However, Yuer did not say anything. A man's ambition was everywhere. She would not force Long Fei to do anything for her. Long Fei said, I can't go back now, I have more important things to do, but you can be at ease, I will definitely return to Earth. Actually, he felt really bitter in his heart. It's not that I don't want to go back, it's just that the system really doesn't want me to go back. I was wondering, why isn't the powerhouse affected by the boundaries barrier? I can? Long Fei was unable to break through the restriction of the system. It was like a law that could not be broken. He couldn't break out of his imprisonment and go back to Earth. Otherwise, he would really go back to Earth and see what had happened to Earth and whether his country needed him or not. However, there was no way he could do all this at the moment. Yuer nodded obediently and said, Then let's pull the hook. Stretch out your little finger. There was a faint smile on his face. Long Fei hooked his fingers. Yuer was very naive and said seriously, 100 years is not allowed to change. Whoever changes will be a puppy dog. She had waited for Long Fei for more than 10 years, so she didn't mind waiting for a few more years. She believed that Long Fei would not lie to her. She believed that Long Fei would definitely come back to Earth to see her. Long Fei agreed softly. Yuer lightly said, Okay, I should go back to Earth. Otherwise, the people from the Immortal Valley would worry again. Yuer's hand gently pulled away from Long Fei's palm. She really didn't want to part with it, but she had no choice. She had to go back because everyone that entered the various countries on the moon must have known that she was protected by China. If she did not appear for a long period of time, the powerhouse from various countries would definitely be moved. She was a protector of China, so she had to shoulder this responsibility. Long Fei looked at Yuer's back. Suddenly, Long Fei called out to Yuer saying, I want to do something for Earth. Yuer asked, What do you want? Long Fei said, Wait for me here, remember to wait for me, I'll be right back. Finished. Long Fei didn't even turn his head back as he directly rushed into the second stage. Boom! A gigantic mouth from the abyss engulfed them. Long Fei was instantly killed. He did not even see what the monster looked like, and directly died. If even the monsters in the first stage were so strong, then the monsters in the second stage would be even stronger. Long Fei revived in an instant. This time, he did not rush into the fairy order immediately. He rushed out in a hurry. When the defense presbyter who had been standing guard outside the door saw Long Fei, he immediately said, Little ancestor, you've come out. Long Fei said, Bring me to the Spirit Pellet Pavilion. Defense presbyter did not ask about the reason and said, Follow me. Another elder's eyes flashed with light as he said in shock, In just a few days, he broke through to the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. This speed. Is he a monster? He was extremely shocked. Not long later, Long Fei arrived at the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Long Fei asked, How many pills are there in the Spirit Pellet Pavilion? The defense presbyter said, Divine level pills, 1,367 of them. The lower tier pills are around 16,000 of the best quality pills. Long Fei said seriously, Can I take them all? Defense presbyter was slightly stunned. One must know that the Spirit Dawn in the Spirit Pellet Pavilion were the reserves of the factory sect. If he collected all of these pills then... Long Fei once again said, I don't want it for free, I'll borrow it, I'll definitely return it. Long Fei wanted to do something for Earth. He did not have a lot of things on him, and most of them had already been converted into experience. Furthermore, the things he had on Earth which the martial arts training could not use at all. At this time, the Grand Defense Presbyter walked forward and said, "If you want to borrow them, then forget it. You can take them all." Long Fei also did not hesitate and directly said, "Thank you." Grand Defense Presbyter laughed. "Why are you thanking me? Other than needing pills, what else do you need?" Long Fei continued, "I also need martial skills, immortal weapons and other divine treasures." Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Grand Defense Presbyter choked. She could not react at all. What Long Fei wanted was all the reserves the immortals had. He wanted to help Huaxia. That was his homeland. Even if he did not do well in the past and was a lowly loser, he was still a patriot. The United States' S-class mutated powerhouse was so strong, could the ancient warriors of China deal with it? United States had always been the overlord, would China still be bullied? He couldn't go back to Earth, but he had to do something for his country. The only thing he could think of was to raise the strength of the ancient Chinese fighters. It was the only thing he could do. A few defense presbyters looked at the great senior brother. The Grand Defense Presbyter clenched his teeth and said, "Okay, I won't ask you what you want to do, you can take everything. As for the Mr. Celestial, I'll go explain it to them." Having all of them stored was no small matter. Once the Mr. Celestial started to blame them, they would definitely be punished. Long Fei also knew how powerful they were, and said with a heavy voice, "Thank you, I will definitely return it to you." And then, several elders moved out consecutively. Before long, they all returned to Long Fei's side, each taking out a space ring. These space rings have not set any restrictions, anyone can open them. Long Fei received them one by one, and said once again, "Thank you." Following that, he quickly returned to his room. "Great senior brother, this is all part of the factory sect's reserves. If something were to happen, this is a crime we cannot afford." "Yeah. I know that the little ancestor helped us before, and I know that he was the one our factory sect relied on. However, aren't we going too far? Zhou Daoren has never been able to do anything to us, but if he uses this matter to pressure us, we would have no strength to refute him, and would not be able to raise our heads." The situation was much more serious than Long Fei had expected. The Immortal House was the most mysterious place in the factory sect, and it was also the treasury. Now that they had been swept clean by Long Fei, if this matter were to be spread out, even if the 18 of them were not driven out of factory sect, their position in 18 Defense Presbyter would be removed. Grand Defense Presbyter also understood in his heart. He looked at the Long Fei in the distance and said, "He won't let me down." When he returned to the moon, Yor was waiting for him. When he returned to the moon, Yor was waiting for him. She didn't even move a step, afraid that Long Fei wouldn't be able to find her. Long Fei saw the space ring, take it out and said, "There are a few things here that should be able to help you cultivate. These pills are filled with powerful energy, so you must be careful when you swallow them." Yor took it and said, I'll remember." Long Fei looked at Yor. He had a lot of things he wanted to say and a lot of things he wanted to say, but at this moment, he couldn't say them out loud. He held her tightly in his arms and said softly, "I will definitely return to Earth to see you." Yor's eyes were filled with tears as she said, "Big brother Long Fei, I believe you." After a long time, Yor looked at Long Fei seriously, then slowly walked to the other side, where Long Fei was unable to go. Then, Yor left the moon on a small satellite and flew to Earth. Looking at the blue planet, Long Fei tightly clenched his fists. "I will definitely return." Earth, China's secret base. Seeing the Holy Maiden's figure, the entire base cheered. However, the bases in other countries were silent. China's protection meant they had no hope. However, what they did not know was that even Long Fei himself did not expect this. Because of his help this time, it was able to bring Earth's trajectory to the other side. Smelting under high technology. Alchemy under high technology. Refining a divine treasure. Everything was like production on an assembly line. The next time they met, the Earth realm would be terrifyingly powerful. This was the power of technology. That was a long story. Long Fei would never have thought that the Earth would change due to his sudden appearance. Back to the underground prison. Long Fei heaved a heavy sigh, and once again, stepped into the second stage. Similarly, before he could even react, his entire body suddenly exploded. Without any warning, he was instantly killed. Damn. So fierce. Huff. Once again, Long Fei died and returned to the immortal's hut. He's too strong. He won't be able to make it in a short period of time. Long Fei had given up in a short period of time. He had been busy earlier with Yuer, and had not even seriously studied the items that the boss had dropped. The Martial Saint's artifact, long-handled falchion. Weapon, long-handled falchion attack. 9 stars initiative. 18 levels of blade chi, attack with 1 slash, lock onto target. Description: possessing a heaven-defying blade chi, able to lock onto the target, able to kill from afar, and even have a 5% chance to instantly kill. Ignore level. Damn! Ignore level and insta-kill. Long Fei held onto the long-handled falchion with one hand, and a dragon slithered up. That kind of feeling was extremely strong, as if it was possessed by a martial saint. Ding! System notification. Cultivating success. The long-handled falchion combined with the Azure Dragon's Crescent Moon Beheader is too powerful. The aura on Long Fei's body moved slightly, and the long-handled falchion immediately released blade chi that was like flames. Thinking about the berserk beast's instant kill, he couldn't help but become excited. The dragon sword is not here and can be replaced by you. Heh heh. The long-handled falchion withdrew, and Long Fei turned his gaze towards the replication technique. Secret skill. Replication, unique, consumption. 20 million true spiritual value S description. Possesses the ability to duplicate. Success rate is 40%. Success rate is 100%. Sure enough, the success rate is also shockingly high. If anyone were to see it happen in the future, they would immediately copy it. The heck? Long Fei became excited. Emperor Xian, you have millions of ancient inheritances. You have the power to defy the heavens? You have the strongest power in this world? I'm sorry. Brother has a copy. Ha ha ha. To copy everything you have. Long Fei replied seriously. I only have one question, who else? This duplicate technique was too awesome. Only one thing. The consumption was too much, and with Long Fei's current true spiritual value, he could barely use it once. However, Long Fei was not worried at all. With level increase up, it wouldn't be a problem. Huff! Long Fei picked up the fairy order and muttered, a single fairy order gave me so many good things, if all 18 of them had instance dungeons. That would be great. I need to think of a way to get past the second boss. Killing the second boss will be even better. Long Fei was a little excited. Wait until I break through the royal realm. I'll definitely try again. Long Fei made up his mind. He walked out of the room. 2 defense presbyters immediately walked forward and said, Little ancestor, what orders do you have? Long Fei said, Elder, please just call me Long Fei. Little ancestor makes me flustered, I am not that old yet. Just call me by my name. Defense presbyter said. It's too disrespectful to call you by your name, let's call you Master Young Master Long. Do you have any instructions? Long Fei asked. What happened recently? Defense presbyter said. There are no major events in Fatri sect, but quite a few things have happened in western regions. For some reason, C's sect has become stronger quickly and has consecutively annexed 10 first-rate sects, possessing more than 10 Overlord Realm powerhouses. Currently, C's sect has already become an Overlord-level existence in western regions. The sect's strength is even stronger than the Fatri sect. C's sect? Long Fei's heart trembled. Didn't Blood Monk die? I clearly blew him up? Why is it like this? How could a sect that didn't even have a sect head suddenly become strong? Impossible. Moreover, it had only been a few days, yet dozens of first-rate sects had been annexed. Even hegemon-level sects couldn't do it, as there were more than 10 Overlord realm powerhouses in the air. An absolute hegemon of the Western regions. The defense presbyter continued. Furthermore, the Western regions is in mourning. Over the past few days, hundreds of millions of people have died. This is all done by the Seas sect. The current Seas sect is even more cruel than the current Devil sect. Long Fei's heart trembled again, and said, "Why kill that many people? Ordinary people are innocent." In just a few days it had reached several 100 million. This number was simply too terrifying. However, the universal realm did not have much other than the number of people. Even if it was several 100 million, it would not attract the attention of many sections. On the contrary, the speed and power of the Seas sect made many hegemon-level sects a little worried. Defense Presbyter said, "Seas sect seems to have risen to complete domination of Gathering of Heroes." Gathering of Heroes? Long Fei was startled. The Defense Presbyter said, "It is a sparring competition between the elites of the various sects in Western regions. The only difference from the past is that the Sky sect of Ling Clan has an extremely high chance of choosing the victor." As soon as he finished, Long Fei's state of mind sank, his fists involuntarily clenched tightly. Sky sect of Ling Clan, God's tribe. A strong killing intent immediately appeared in his eyes. Long Fei hated the God's tribe to the bone. The reason he entered the universal realm was for overturn the God's tribe. Seeing Long Fei being so agitated, the defense presbyter smiled lightly and said, "Young Master Long, the great clan elder will also register for you." Seeing Long Fei being so agitated, the defense presbyter smiled lightly and said, "Young Master Long, the great clan elder will also register for you. There is still less than a month until Gathering of Heroes. With your talent and potential, it is extremely likely that you will be selected by the God's tribe. Once you become a genius in the Sky sect of Ling Clan, it would be equivalent to stepping into the God's tribe." Right. Defense Presbyter was extremely confident in Long Fei. However, he did not know about Long Fei's past. If he knew that he had single-handedly killed all of the Sky sect of Ling Clan, if he had known that he and God's tribe were enemies that would fight to the death, he probably would not think this way. There really are Sky sect of Ling Clan in every plane. That's fine too, since we've met, then I won't be polite. The corner of Long Fei's mouth drew back. Right now, he was different from when he had first entered the universal realm. The power he now possessed was already extremely strong. Especially the replication technique that he had just received. If he could duplicate the power of the Emperor Xian's ancient inheritance, then he would have the power of the Emperor Xian. Defense Presbyter said, "I don't know why, but Western Regions' overall strength is the weakest among the primordial 9 realms, and not even a supreme powerhouse has appeared. I don't know why God's tribe chose to come to this place. Something that had never happened before." Long Fei was also secretly shocked in his heart. Could it be that we discovered something? "Have you noticed me?" Long Fei looked up into the sky, and his neck was faintly stinging. God's tribe's curse mark prevented him from releasing all of his power. It was like a chain was tied around his neck. This feeling. Long Fei was very unhappy. "Right. Young Master Long, you still haven't said what instructions you have." Defense Presbyter returned to the main topic at hand. Long Fei said, "Go and inform the great clan elder. I have taken so many items from the Immortals' residence, I also want to help out with something for Fatri sect." Defense Presbyter's eyes moved, and said, "Are you saying that you want to release the power of true spirit for the disciples to cultivate?" Long Fei nodded and said, "And..." Defense Presbyter was excited. All right, I will immediately inform the great clan elder. Long Fei said, also inform my friend. Not long later, the 18 guardian elders had all come. The Grand Defense Presbyter looked at Long Fei and said, I have already arranged the personnel according to your wishes, they have been gathered at the valley. Long Fei said, all right, this time I will release power of true spirit to the maximum, the amount I can absorb will depend on their own talent. 3 days, Grand Defense Presbyter became even more excited. 3 days? Will it affect you? Long Fei said, it's fine, you helped me, I will definitely repay you with everything I have. Su, Lan Mei, Tandapeo behind Long Fei was a little confused. Long Fei looked at their strange expressions and said, you guys will know soon enough. Listen, the 3 of you come closer to me, and you must cultivate properly as well. Don't put too much pressure on me. An hour later, 18 guardian immortals and Long Fei appeared in the valley. Many disciples started to discuss as soon as they saw Long Fei. That's him. It's him who won the Seas sect. It's also because he likes to show off. Look at the current state of the Seas sect. I heard that the strength of the Seas sect is even stronger than that of the Fatri sect. He did win, but so what? Offending so many elders and immortal peaks, will he still be able to continue on? That's right, and he even offended the young sect master. Right now, Brother Zhou is no longer the young sect master. I heard that it was also because of him that Mr. Celestial was forced to remove the young sect master's position. This kid probably won't be able to live much longer. The crowd was in an uproar. Long Fei heard the discussions and laughed at himself. He did not mind, but in his heart he said, if I can't go on, none of you can. All of you are all the elite disciples of the Fatri sect. This time, all of you better focus on training and focus on your cultivation, don't waste even a second of your time. If you don't meet the requirements for this time's seclusion, you all can go for another time. I have no right to continue. As he spoke, the 18 elders walked into the secret world together, and Long Fei followed the 19th person into the secret world. Many disciples started muttering, didn't the holy abyss ruins collapse? Could there be a stronger secret world? I've come to this secret world before, it's a wasteland inside, and it's not suitable for cultivation. What exactly is the 18 Defense Presbyter doing? Many people did not understand, but they entered the secret world one by one. In the distance, Zhou Daoren stood in mid-air with a few elder of secret sects standing behind him. Mr. Celestial, disciples of secret sect, has made the arrangements. As long as you discover something, you will come out to report it. The elder of secret sect said lightly. Zhou Daoren nodded his head and said, I want to see what exactly this 18 fairies gourd is made of. It's obviously just an abandoned secret world that's not suitable for cultivation. Why did I bring all these disciples into the secret world? In the abandoned secret world. Boom! Buzz! Buzz! The power of true spirit was rolling like a huge wave. Without even needing to absorb it, it crazily rushed into his body, as if he was in the center of the ocean of the power of true spirit. That feeling, it was impossible to put into words. This time Long Fei did not hold back. Even if 18 fairies helped him, he would do everything in his power to repay her. Even if he didn't want to help the Fatri sect's disciples, he still had to do this. All of the disciples who entered the secret world were stupefied. Su, Lan Mei, and Tandapeo were the same. They looked at Long Fei in shock. Damn, boss, this is too fierce. Long Fei warned, make the best use of your time to cultivate. In another place, young sect master, quite a few disciples have been recruited into the secret world to cultivate today. Inside Zhou Yuan's luxurious courtyard, Zhou Yuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. With the power of true spirit not as dense as holy abyss ruins, his rate of cultivation had slowed down by quite a bit. Zhou Yuan said indifferently, Secret world? Is there still a secret world? A disciple of Luo said, That's right, I heard that he is still entering that secret world ruins. Actually, this is nothing much, just that there is one thing that I am puzzled about. Zhou Yuan asked, What's puzzling? That lackey stammered, Young sect master, I don't dare to say. Zhou Yuan glared and said, Speak. Little Luo said, Anyone can enter that secret world except you. I heard that this seems to be a rule set by Long Fei. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan fiercely stood up, an image of Long Fei flashed past his mind, and the anger in his heart instantly ignited. Long Fei, who do you think you are? Restrict your father? Is there any place in Fatri sect that lousy can't enter? Humph. Let's see who in Fatri sect can stop me. Immediately. Long Fei, this time I will take your dog life. Zhou Yuan transformed into a stream of light and instantly disappeared from his original position. In the universal realm, breath of true spirit was fundamental to cultivation. In the universal realm, breath of true spirit was fundamental to cultivation. The dense breath of true spirit could help warriors quickly break through the shackles of their body, and the restrictions of each realm would be broken through. I've broken through. I've only used 10 minutes to break through to the 3rd rank of the Emperor. This, the breath of true spirit in this secret world, is 100 times richer than the outside. It's simply too powerful. Boom. I've broken through as well. Boom, boom. I've broken through as well. All the disciples who entered the secret world were excited. They did not need to cultivate here. The power of true spirit directly entered their bodies. Even a fool could still break through. This was truly a fortuitous encounter for them. 3 days could change their entire lives. Everyone was excited, but Long Fei didn't care about it too much. He just sat cross-legged like an ordinary disciple, meditating and comprehending the breath of true spirit, and absorbed it into his body to cultivate. An hour passed. Ding! System notification. Experience points plus 120393209. Huff! Long Fei softly exhaled a mouthful of impure qi. Looking at the experience he had gained in the last hour, his heart quivered. If I can break past 100 million, then I would need 8 more days to break through the royal realm. Wait until I break through the royal realm, then I'll go challenge the 2nd stage. As Long Fei absorbed more breath of true spirit, he gained more experience in normal mode. 1 hour and 100 million experience. This kind of training was much easier than killing monsters. Long Fei looked at Tan de Peo, his entire body covered with gunpowder energy. He did not immediately cultivate and break through to the next stage, but instead helped his gun to level up. The launcher trained his physical body, so he also needed to train in guns and guns. The guns were his second life, and the stronger the guns were, the stronger the damage. A little elf was hovering above Su's head, the elf circled around her, and a thick healing power started to surge. At the same time, she didn't choose to break through to the next realm, but chose to cultivate her healing art. Only Lan Mei. She was constantly breaking through to the next realm. Long Fei could sense that in her world, layer after layer of big doors had been pushed open by her. The speed at which the vein of blue water had broken through, coupled with her Valkyrie's physique, was simply outrageous. 3 days. Lan Mei might be able to reach the gods' holy state. From East Imperial City to Fatri sect, less than a year had passed. Her speed. This should be the power of the descendant of Holy General. Huff. Cultivate more. I need to go to another place to train. Long Fei could only cultivate the normal way for an hour a day, so he did not want to waste time after cultivating. Anyway, as long as he was in the secret world, the breath of true spirit would always be there. The idea moved. You guys cultivate properly, I'll take a look elsewhere. Long Fei explained, then left the place. Upgrade was one of the ways to increase one's strength. It also increased the might of the equipment. Also, the skill level increase of the martial arts technique could increase damage as well. Boom! Long Fei moved and took out the long-handled falchion. When he held it in his hand, it felt like it was being possessed by a martial saint, and his entire body felt a special kind of power. Come! The skill of a martial saint, Azure Dragon Crescent Slash. Boom! The long blade moved, a myriad of illusions appeared, and in an instant, the blade chi rushed towards the sky, roared, and furiously slashed down. Rumble! Rumble! The ground started to crack violently, and Long Fei's surroundings started to explode. No way! The power of my slash against the wild beast is too weak. Long Fei thought of Berserk Beast's one-shot strength, and he was extremely dissatisfied with his previous slash. Again. Rumble! Rumble! Humans were like mad dogs, incessantly practicing. If he wanted to use the power of the long-handled falchion and the Azure Dragon's Crescent Moon Beheader, there was no other way. This was the only way to raise the level of his skill, and the only way to experience it. Long Fei trained in the long-handled falchion method crazily, unsatisfied again and again, improving again and again. Just like his alchemy and artifact forging, each time increased by a little. Outside the secret world, in the valley. Boom! A powerful sword intent descended. The sword intent dissipated and a figure appeared. Zhou Yuan stood at the entrance of the secret world and snorted, "How dare a waste of a secret world like this not let me in?" It was also at this time. The 6th Defense Presbyter S immediately stepped forward. "Zhou Yuan, you are not allowed to enter." Zhou Yuan sneered. "Is there a place in Fatri sect that I can't enter? My father is a Mr. Celestial, the sect master of a Fatri sect. And where I can't go?" Defense Presbyter shouted. "So what if your father is a Mr. Celestial? If I say you can't enter, then you can't." Speaking of who set the rules, it was a rule that our 18 Defense Presbyter S jointly set. Do we have enough authority in the 18 Defense Presbyter? The rights of 18 Defense Presbyter S were higher than that of Mr. Celestial S. Thus, as long as the 18 Defense Presbyter S released it together, Zhou Yuan would definitely not be able to enter. However, there was still one more crucial point. That is the Fairy Order. The 18 Defense Presbyter S rights were not their identities, but the Fairy Order in their hands. The authority of the 18 Fairies' command was higher than Zhou Doran's. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Since it's a rule set by the 18 Elders, then of course I have enough qualifications, but, Defense Presbyter, where is your Fairy Order? Without the Fairy Order, your rules are like dog shit." Very disdainful. A smirk appeared on his face. When he first came here, he already knew that the 18 Defense Presbyter's Fairy Order had already been given to Long Fei, so they didn't have any Fairy Order on them. That was also to say that they couldn't stop Zhou Yuan with 18 of them. At the very least, he didn't have enough authority. Defense Presbyter's gaze tensed up. "You! How dare you! Even your father would not dare to speak to me like that, yet you want us to take out Fairy Order S. You do not have the qualifications." Boom! While they were talking, Defense Presbyter released the aura of a peak heavenly saint, immediately trembling violently, wanting to teach Zhou Yuan a lesson. Zhou Yuan's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the heavenly saint realm, and in front of the god's holy powerhouse's might, he did not have any power to resist. But, to Defense Presbyter's surprise, not only was his aura unable to repel Zhou Yuan, but at that instant, the moment his aura smashed onto Zhou Yuan's body, a violent backlash occurred. Boom! Defense Presbyter's body retreated explosively, his internal organs rolled about, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other 5 elders immediately ran up to him. 6 Senior Brother S. Zhou Yuan laughed coldly. "Old thing, you think you can stop me? All of you, scram to the side." Incomparable savagery. He did not place the Defense Presbyter in his eyes at all. In the distance, Zhou Daoren laughed coldly. He did not have any intention of stopping him, but rather, he looked on with interest. The power of the devil will has already completely fused into his body. Right now, his power is not something that the heavenly Saint Peak realm can stop. Zhou Daoren did not stop him. Zhou Daoren did not stop him. On the contrary, he wanted to see how far the fusion of the devil will and Zhou Yuan's body had progressed, and whether or not he was already infinitely nearing the stage that would trigger a devil tribulation. Coincidentally, 18 Defense Presbyter was able to test Zhou Yuan's new strength. Mr. Celestial, is this not good? After all, this is still 18 Defense Presbyter. A elder of secret sect said softly. Zhou Daoren smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing bad about it. They are already old, and since they are old, there are some positions that are not up to the task." Another elder of secret sect said, "Would he be able to harm the young master? I am worried the young master is." The past few days were still vivid in his mind. The 4 experts from the secret sect were instantly killed. If not for Zhou Daoren's super-strong overlord power shocking the demon in Zhou Yuan's heart, he would have already gone berserk. Zhou Daoren's eyes tensed up and said, "The arrangements for the Holy Maiden have already been made, so you don't have to worry about anything even if something happens." He had arranged all of this long ago. Whenever Zhou Yuan was unable to control himself and instigated the demon tribulation, the Holy Maiden would immediately be in place. Zhou Daoren's way of doing things was flawless. Zhou Daoren smiled slightly. 18 Defense Presbyter is just a touchstone. If the 18 of them are not together, it would be better to defeat them one by one. He silently said in his heart, "Old thing, if it wasn't for you protecting Holy Abyss ruins, Fatri sect wouldn't have been ridden on top of his head." Humph! Once my son is successful in his tribulation, the gathering of heroes will definitely shine, and he will even be able to step into the Sky sect of Ling Clan. At that time, he will be the guardian of the Fatri sect. What do you need 18 old things for? Zhou Daoren was secretly excited in his heart. He was unable to step into the sovereign realm, but he had watched the scene of his son becoming a supreme powerhouse. If his son was given great importance by the God's tribe, he would also become the overlord of the western regions. Thus, seeing Zhou Yuan's appearance, Zhou Daoren did not have any intention of stopping him. "Zhou Yuan, you're too presumptuous. He actually dares to hurt Grand Defense Presbyter." The 5 Grand Defense Presbyters glared at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan laughed coldly and said, "This world is the world of the powerhouse. You old fellows can't even protect yourselves. Why are you talking about protecting the Fatri sect? I think all of you should just go home and retire. Don't come out and embarrass yourselves." "How dare you!" One of the Defense Presbyters roared. The spirit chi on his body moved. A berserk blade appeared around his body. His figure moved with a flash. His berserk blade floated in the air and slashed at Zhou Yuan. Boom! Extremely strong blade chi. It formed into a 300-meter tall sword. Within the blade chi, countless ferocious beasts roared. What came out wasn't the blade chi, but a battlefield of demon beast. Zhou Yuan stood where he was and sneered. 10,000 beast saber technique. I had wanted to experience the power of the 10,000 beast roar a long time ago. Both of his eyes moved slightly as he looked at the 300 meters long blade chi approaching him. It seemed as if it was heading straight for him, but in reality, it was coming from all directions. This kind of blade chi could not be avoided at all. Zhou Yuan did not think to dodge. His sword moved slightly. Pull up. The instant he drew his sword, it was as if a huge black hole had appeared in the scabbard, which was devouring everything in a crazy manner. What a shocking sword intent! This sword intent. It is completely different from the sword intent he released a few days ago. Several elders trembled slightly. Kill. Also at this moment, Zhou Yuan let out a loud shout and waved his sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Walala! The sky curtain was instantly shattered, and the 30,000-foot-long blade chi was also pierced through in an instant. It crumbled down, as if the 10,000 beasts within the blade chi were all killed. Not only that, the sword chi had broken through 30,000 feet of the blade chi, but it did not stop, and instead pounced towards Defense Presbyter. A sword image flashed in Defense Presbyter's eyes. With his arms crossed and blocking in the middle, the muscles in his body seemed to explode. His feet heavily stabbed into the ground as he let out a monster's roar. Ah! Boom! Diamond iron. However, even so, a sword slashed out. The valley suddenly became quiet. Drip! 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 On Defense Presbyter's chin, a drop of blood dripped to the ground. From his forehead to his nose, then to his body, and even to his crossed arms, there was a thin line of blood. Suddenly, his arms slipped. Body. It was divided into two, and then it fell down on both sides. Blood gushed out. Junior apprentice brother 13. 13 senior brother. Old 13. One sword kill. Zhou Yuan's face was filled with disdain. Trash that can't even take a single blow. I had thought that your 10,000 beast saber technique was that strong. You're actually just trash. It was a fierce ridicule. The other four people's fury surged. The aura of a peak heavenly saint exploded out of their bodies at the same time, directly condensing into a wave of pressure, pressuring Zhou Yuan like an ocean. Zhou Yuan's brows tightened and coldly laughed. Oh, you're angry? The four of them together? Old thing! You think I'm afraid of you? All of you must die. As soon as he finished, Zhou Yuan's figure moved, the entire world was swept up by his aura and released one after another, like an extremely strong sword intent. The Divine Path. Azura King. Boom! Releasing his first move, the sword intent of the heaven and earth was infused into the bodies of the four Defense Presbyters. They could not control it at all and breathed in directly, as if it was air. Zhou Yuan laughed. Explode. Rumble. 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 One body after another exploded outwards, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The four people all exploded, their surroundings forming a bloody net. They looked just like an Azura purgatory. A single sword strike had instantly killed four gods' holy powerhouses. Zhou Yuan laughed coldly and said with contempt, "A bunch of useless trash that can't even withstand a single blow." Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Mad laughter rang out. Looking at the first Defense Presbyter that was injured, Zhou Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Clan Elder, may I ask if there is anywhere in Fatri sect that I can't enter?" Ha ha ha! At the same time, Zhou Yuan's eyes became bloodshot. Defense Presbyter's pupils tightened. You've been possessed? The corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth hooked up as he gently smiled and said, "You noticed it?" Defense Presbyter moved his body, wanting to rush into secret world directly, but Zhou Yuan's figure also moved, his sword directly stabbing into Defense Presbyter's head, nailing his body to the ground, his foot stepping on his head. He sneered and said, "Since you already know, then you should be even more so. Die." Taking out his sword, Zhou Yuan kicked Defense Presbyter away, then looked at the entrance of the secret world and sneered. "I want to see what secrets this abandoned secret world has. I want to see if there is anything I can't enter this trash place." Finished. Zhou Yuan took a step forward. All 6 Defense Presbyters were killed. All 6 Defense Presbyters were killed. Zhou Daoren watched from afar. Seeing those Fatri sect who were the most loyal and most devoted, and who had sacrificed their entire lives for the Fatri sect, not only did he not feel any regret, he also did not try to stop them. A satisfied smile. He was extremely satisfied with Zhou Yuan's strength. He had never been so satisfied. To him, the 18 fairies was already unnecessary. In the beginning, the 18 fairies only guarded the Holy Abyss ruins and would not disturb him, but it was different now. The collapse of the Holy Abyss ruins and the ordinary activities of the 18 fairies made him very unhappy. The most important point was that the 18 fairies actually wanted him to revoke his son's position as young sect master, and even restricted him from going in and out. Now everything he had to do was done. Last time when Grand Defense Presbyter agreed to marriage early, Zhou Daoren had already controlled Meditation Peak. The 18 fairies no longer had any value in using them. Thus, there was no need for them to exist. There was no better way to help Zhou Yuan train his sword. Ha ha! Ha ha! The fusion of the Heart Demon's power is indeed very good. The Divine Way's sword intent releases the power of the Devil Way. Formidable alliance. Ha ha! As long as I pass through the Devil Tribulation, no one in Western regions will be able to stop my son's footsteps, ha ha ha. Zhou Daoren was ecstatic. A beautiful scene appeared in his mind. At that time, he will be the #1 person in Fatri sect, and all the sects in Western regions will come and pay respects to him. The elder of Secret Sect asked, Mr. Celestial, should we follow them in? There are still 12 Defense Presbyters inside, and the Great Clan Elder's power is close to the Overlord realm on a wireless basis. What if? Zhou Daoren waved his hand and said, Don't worry, with Zhou Yuan's current strength, even if he encountered Powerhouse of the Overlord realm, he would still not be a match for him. Those 12 old fellows simply wouldn't be able to stop him. Just watch. It won't be long before the heads of those 12 old fellows are brought up by Zhou Yuan. Zhou Daoren was not worried at all, because he was clear of Zhou Yuan's strength. An Overlord level 1 powerhouse was not his match at all. Not to mention, Grand Defense Presbyter did not have a cultivation of Overlord realm. As for the strength of the other disciples of the secret world, it could be directly disregarded. Elder of Secret Sect said lightly. That's strange, our disciples have been in the secret sect for many hours, why haven't they come out yet? What happened inside? According to their plans, disciples of secret sect would come out after an hour, but it had been so long since there was any movement. Another elder of secret sect said, Of course, they were definitely stopped by the defense presbyter, if not they would not have disobeyed the order. Zhou Daoren said, There's no need for them to report, Zhou Yuan will be out soon, when that time comes we will know everything. Buzz! Zhou Yuan stepped into the secret world. Immediately, the thick power of true spirit then surged up. Zhou Yuan's mind was suddenly shaken, his eyes tensed up. How? Why is there such a rich breath of true spirit here? That's impossible. This is clearly an abandoned secret world. Why would there be a power of true spirit thicker than the Holy Abyss ruins? Zhou Yuan frowned. At the same time, in his heart, he was also secretly infuriated as he said in a low voice, I was just wondering why I wasn't allowed to enter. It turns out that this place actually has such a rich power of true spirit. Old thing. Restrict my cultivation, right? Then all of you, go die. Anger raged. His eyes were bloodshot. When a defense presbyter saw Zhou Yuan, he immediately stepped forward and said, Zhou Yuan, you are not allowed to enter this place. The heavenly beasts in the Holy Abyss ruins died because of you, and the holy ruins were destroyed because of you, so you're not allowed here. Not waiting for him to finish, Zhou Yuan's eyes flashed with anger, and the sword energy around his body surged. Boom! Defense presbyter's face darkened. He reacted quickly, instantly forming a defense. But even so, rumble! The two forces collided and the defense presbyter was instantly sent flying 1,000 meters away. A deep crater appeared on the ground and fresh blood gushed out of his mouth. In an instant, all the disciples stood up. The other 11 defense presbyters also flew up at the same time. It's Zhou Yuan. It's the young sect leader. Why did he attack the defense presbyter? Look at his eyes. They're so scary. The disciples looked at Zhou Yuan strangely. Zhou Yuan coldly replied with extreme disdain, "A bunch of useless trash!" Grand Defense Presbyter shouted loudly, "Zhou Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Zhou Yuan raised his gaze, stared at Grand Defense Presbyter, and said, "What do I want to do? Ha ha! I want you to die." The Grand Defense Presbyter's eyes became angry, and he said, "Impudent, I now order you to immediately get the hell out of Secret World. You are not allowed to enter this secret world." Zhou Yuan sneered. "Old thing, is there still a place in Fatry Sect that I can't enter? I'd like to see who wouldn't let me in here." Grand Defense Presbyter said, "It's me." "You!" Zhou Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Old thing, who do you think you are? What right do you have to restrict me? Also..." Zhou Yuan's gaze swept the area, looking at those disciples who were dumbstruck. He said, "Just these pieces of trash that you have recruited, even if they cultivated for another 10,000 years, they still wouldn't be able to compare to a single thumb of mine. Very arrogant. Extremely arrogant." One of the disciples was not convinced. "Zhou Yuan, you are too arrogant." As soon as he finished, Zhou Yuan's sword chi moved. Bam! Zhou Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Who are you, to have the qualifications to speak to me? This is too presumptuous. Great senior brother, this kind of person doesn't need to waste words with him. Capture him immediately." They had no idea what was going on outside. If they knew, they would have attacked Zhou Yuan a long time ago. Even if Zhou Yuan had injured Defense Presbyter, Grand Defense Presbyter did not have any intentions of making a move. She only wanted to drive him out, but Zhou Yuan didn't even frown as he killed a disciple just because of a single sentence. This kind of indiscriminate killing absolutely could not be tolerated. Grand Defense Presbyter shouted loudly, "Take him down!" Two Defense Presbyters rushed towards Zhou Yuan. The auras of the two heavenly Saint Peak realm connected together, forming a wave of pressure that crushed towards Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan's lips curved up as he sneered. "Just the two of you? Earlier, I killed all four of the old fellows. You two? Just die!" Grand Defense Presbyter frowned. "The 6 junior brothers outside are all dead." Zhou Yuan revealed a death god-like smile and said, "The 12 of you here will meet up with them in hell soon, haha." The sword intent moved. The sword intent from Zhou Yuan's entire body surged. Divine Path. Demon Abyss. What the divine sword intent released was the power of the demonic path. What the divine sword intent released was the power of the demonic path. Compared to the Ashura just now, this move of the demon abyss was even more ferocious. Boom! Boom! The two Defense Presbyters were instantly locked up. It was as if his entire body was imprisoned, and he did not move an inch. The might exuding from the heavenly Saint Peak realm on their bodies was immediately crushed. The two of them also quickly responded as the energy from their bodies surged to form a defensive air shield. However, buzz! Walala! The air shield shattered. Roar! The demon abyss issued a roar, and the incomparably huge demon abyss immediately swallowed the two of them. Ah! Ah! The two Defense Presbyters released sets of miserable screams as they sat cross-legged, doing their best to defend. He wasn't a match at all. Even if their cultivation was stronger than Zhou Yuan's, the power they released was definitely not that of their opponent. What a strong demonic intent! The union of a god and a devil? Grand Defense Presbyter frowned. Boom! Boom! With two explosive sounds, his entire body was enveloped in a ball of extremely strong heavenly saint force as he chanted, "Heavenly Dipper movement technique, break!" Boom! With a bell chime, Grand Defense Presbyter's robes started to flutter and roar. He took a step forward, and the energy around his body formed into a small hurricane. Boom, boom, boom. After taking a few steps, he stepped into the demon abyss. Zhou Yuan sneered. Old thing, let's see if your astral body is strong or my demon abyss sword intent is strong, ha ha. Boom! He used all of his strength. Grand Defense Presbyter stood in front of the two Defense Presbyters and heavily shouted, "Retreat!" A surge of power sent them out of the demon abyss. And then Grand Defense Presbyter suddenly sat down on the ground. His mouth was like he was reciting scriptures. Glowing runes were released from his mouth one after another, forming an extremely strong supreme force that enveloped his entire body. Great Senior Brother! Great Senior Brother! Great Senior Brother! The other Defense Presbyters shouted. The power of God's holy state was released bit by bit. But, Grand Defense Presbyter said solemnly, "Don't come in." Zhou Yuan laughed disdainfully. "You still have time to talk. Looks like you still have some strength, but you just have to wait and see. You are just like that demon abyss / rumble." Following the movement of his aura, the demon abyss suddenly turned sinister. All of his strength turned into a giant sword and slashed at the top of Grand Defense Presbyter's head. At this moment, dozens of streams of heavenly energy appeared on Grand Defense Presbyter's body, making him look like a golden person, as he was enveloped by a golden light. Facing the power of the demon abyss / Grand Defense Presbyter tightened his eyebrows and suddenly threw out two palms towards the sky, heavenly divine palm. Rumble! 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 Golden light burst out, forming a giant Buddha-like figure of light. Both of his palms covered the sky, and it directly collided with the demon abyss / Zhou Yuan's gaze tensed up, and he muttered in his heart, "Old thing, as expected of a powerhouse who is extremely close to the Overlord realm, you really do have some strength, but so what? Heh heh." A cold smile appeared on Zhou Yuan's face as he watched Defense Presbyter wholeheartedly fight against the demon abyss / His figure suddenly moved. "The heavenly energy is no longer on your body, let's see how you're going to block my sword." Shwa! His figure disappeared. It appeared out of nowhere. The next second, Zhou Yuan thrust his sword towards the center of Grand Defense Presbyter's brows. A sudden sneak attack. The Grand Defense Presbyter was caught off guard. He did not expect Zhou Yuan to suddenly ambush him. Looking at the sword, his primordial spirit moved, and the giant Buddha above his head suddenly sat down. Rumble! The supreme force surged out like an ocean. Zhou Yuan's body was directly sent flying. He could not control it at all and quickly retreated with explosive speed. However, it was also at this moment the power of the demon abyss / struck down. Buzz! Demonic might was unrivaled. Grand Defense Presbyter was immediately flipped over. His entire person was flung several kilometers away, rolling on the ground, blood flowing out of his mouth. Bam! Smash a deep hole. Grand Defense Presbyter's face was extremely pale, with a trickle of black blood on the corner of his mouth. He forced himself to stabilize his body, and his eyes filled with anger. Boom! He took a step forward. Zhou Yuan's body also did not feel well. His internal organs were rolling from the shock of the giant Buddha force, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Seeing Defense Presbyter's aggressive charge towards him, his gaze tensed up. "Old thing, I'll let you off for today." As soon as he finished, he quickly left the secret world, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. At this time, Grand Defense Presbyter coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and immediately fell backwards, unable to hold on any longer. His body was basically crippled. The reason he endured was so that he could scare Zhou Yuan. In fact, he couldn't even take one move from Zhou Yuan right now, because he knew he had to hold on, or else everyone here might die. Great Senior Brother! Great Senior Brother! The Defense Presbyter quickly surrounded him. Zhou Yuan has already become obsessed, and no one is a match for him. Don't ever look for him, and even more so, don't let the little ancestor know of this. He is still not Zhou Yuan's opponent. You must remember this. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough sounded and fresh blood gushed out from his throat. A few holy plies fell and he spat them out. The Grand Defense Presbyter grabbed onto the sleeves of an elder. Quick, quick, quickly bring Long Fei back to the Immortal's residence and activate the Immortal formation. You must protect our little ancestor. You have to do it quick, do it quick. Once his aura was cut off, his body slowly became stiff. Black blood continued to pour out of his mouth. The state of death was extremely miserable. Every single defense presbyter's heart felt as if it had been pierced by a steel needle. They had lived for a few hundred years and seen many death. Death in their hearts had become very normal, but seeing their great senior brother die like this, they could not help it. It was extremely uncomfortable. It was also at this time. Disciples of Secret Sect, who was hiding among the disciples, wanted to leave Secret World. However, Tan de Peo instantly stopped them, and said with a heavy voice, "Where do you guys want to go?" The eyes of the three disciples tightened as they said in a low voice, "Scram." Tan de Peo said, "You want to inform your master?" One of the disciples said solemnly, "I do not know what you are talking about, but since the defense presbyter is dead, we will only suffer if we stay here any longer. I want to leave." "Get out of my way," Long Fei said. "Grand Defense Presbyter has indeed died, but the breath of true spirit here has not weakened in the slightest. Why is it that such a good opportunity for cultivation only wants the three of you to leave when others are competing with each other? Just let me know. And, do you think that no one knows the identity of your disciples of Secret Sect? Secret Sect dogs, I already knew of your identities from the moment you entered this place. Heh heh. What did Tan de Peo do? What did Tan de Peo do? He looked carefree and silly, but in truth, he had been secretly collecting all kinds of information during this period, especially information about the disciples of Secret Sect S. He had not been idling around during this period of time. He could be called an intelligence expert. The expression in their eyes changed. Immediately, one of the disciples took out his killing move, which resonated across Tan de Peo, and said, "Mind your own business? You're not qualified enough, go die." The other two attacked at the same time. They were indeed disciples of Secret Sect. As long as he told the Mr. Celestial what happened here earlier, these defense presbyter would not be able to return to the Immortal's mansion. He also couldn't activate the Immortal Array. They would receive a large number of rewards. It was even possible that he would become a elder of Secret Sect. Seeing Tan de Peo blocking their way, the three of them did not put him in their eyes. "You dare to meddle in other people's business with a launcher like you? Go to hell. Trash." The three of them made their moves at the same time, and directly attacked Tan de Peo. The disciples of Secret Sect was 1 out of 10,000. They were all elites of the elite, with cultivations above Tan de Peo. However, Tan de Peo was not in a hurry. The corners of his mouth lifted as he looked at the three of them and laughed faintly. "I am a piece of trash? Then let's see who is the F*King Trash." He moved his right arm and raised it. Energy infusion. Buzz. A huge lightning web shot out, directly enveloping all three of them. Crackle. Crackle. The powerful thunderbolts exploded, and all of them fainted. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. Tan de Peo took a step forward, and fiercely kicked someone as he said with contempt, "Who's the trash? TCH. Cannot withstand a single blow." Everyone was stunned. He was shocked by Tan de Peo's move. Launcher can still play like this? Of course. In Tan de Peo's knowledge, this was not how Launcher played, but what about? This was all taught to him by Long Fei. Tan de Peo dealt with the three of them and said, "I know your identities like the back of my hand. If anyone dares to recklessly go out again, don't blame me for sending all of you into the sky with a spear." And then Tan de Peo looked at Defense Presbyter and said, "Elder, what do we do now?" The center of defense presbyter's brows tightened. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Go call Long Fei." Lan Mei immediately said, "I'll go." With that said, Lan Mei's figure instantly disappeared. Su Su looked at Grand Defense Presbyter, and she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Such a great old grandpa gone just like that. If only I could become a little stronger, if only my cure could revive from the dead. Azure Dragon Crescent Slash. Roar! The air howled, and an azure dragon's shadow attached itself to the azure dragon dagger, fiercely chopping down. Bang, bang, bang. Within a radius of a few hundred km, it was constantly being torn apart. The depth of the tear reached 100 meters. This power was extremely terrifying. It's still not enough to instantly kill him. Quite a bit more. However, this power is really F***king terrifying. The Martial Saint artifact really lives up to its reputation. Long Fei was drenched in sweat. During this period of time, he had not rested a single second as he crazily trained in the Azure Dragon's Crescent Moon Slash. He wanted to release the killing power of the wild beast boss. But, just a little bit more. He wasn't sure if it was because his level wasn't high enough or something else. Because he was too engrossed, Long Fei did not feel any changes in the secret world. He did not know what had happened in secret world. Again, Long Fei bellowed and once again released the green dragon annihilating moon slash. With a move of his body, power merged into one, and with a slash of the blade, the entire world was enveloped by the blade chi. Rumble. His strength increased yet again. Again. Long Fei cultivated once again. Suddenly, as an aura neared, Long Fei's aura suddenly retracted. Lan Mei? What happened? Lan Mei saw Long Fei in the distance, and then she saw the densely packed ruins of a battlefield around her. Long Fei flew over and asked, "What's wrong?" Lan Mei did not go into detail, and said, "Defense Presbyter told you to go back. He said that the training had ended early." Lan Mei was very clear about Long Fei's temper. If she said everything, Long Fei would probably go berserk, because she had witnessed Zhou Yuan's power. He really was too strong. With the combination of the power of the divine and devil, even the Overlord's stronger man would not be a match for him. Even though the Grand Defense Presbyter was infinitely close to the Overlord realm, he was still killed in one move. She did not want Long Fei to be in danger again. Long Fei was slightly taken aback. "And early? Grand Defense Presbyter always wanted me to help a bunch of Fatri sect. How did it end early?" 18 Defense Presbyters had been considering for the whole of their lives. He gave the fairy order to Long Fei. He had wanted Long Fei to help him. At a time like this, he really wanted Long Fei to release more breath of true spirit to him. How could it end earlier? Although he could not believe it, Long Fei still followed Lan Mei back. Seeing Long Fei, a few Defense Presbyters immediately went up to welcome him, put on a faint smile and said, "Little ancestor, this time, the process of closed-door cultivation was too amazing. They all made a breakthrough and wanted to go out and comprehend it for a bit before coming back, so this time's closed-door cultivation ended early." Long Fei did not see the Grand Defense Presbyter, and did not think much about it either. Everyone looked at Long Fei. They did not know why the Defense Presbyter was so respectful to Long Fei, nor did they know why he told them about it when they went out. Long Fei did not think too much about it. He followed Defense Presbyter out of the secret world. At this moment it was already night. The valley was completely silent, but, however, there was a killing intent around the valley. It was stirred up. Long Fei did not try to sense it, and so did not sense it. However, on the other hand, the Defense Presbyter was different. Their eyes narrowed as they communicated via voice transmission. Finally, their eyes went silent for a moment. They had reached an agreement. As Long Fei stood in the valley, he could not help but ask, there's still an elder? Lord Yong Master Long, they have all returned to the Immortal's residence. These disciples also wish to return with us to the Immortal's residence. So, suddenly, the 4 defense presbyters instantly took action, and the power of 4 palms blasted into Long Fei's body. In this instant, the 4 energies instantly interweaved within Long Fei's body, forming an extremely strong heavenly sacred binding force, and completely sealed the power within Long Fei's body. Long Fei's body sank. Without the support of his strength, his body became much heavier. "What are you doing?" Long Fei's eyes became anxious. Defense Presbyter said heavily, "Lord Young Master Long, I'll let you suffer for now. Go back to the Immortal's residence first, and the restrictions on your body will be lifted. When that happens, you will know everything." As soon as he finished, an elder said solemnly, "Send Young Master Long Lord out." It was also at this time. A elder of secret sect said coldly, "None of you can escape." A sudden order to kill. A sudden order to kill. Boom! Boom! Dozens of figures appeared. All of them were from the secret sect, and most of them were at the elder level. At the same time, their cultivation levels were all in the 9th level of the heavenly saint realm, not one bit weaker than Defense Presbyter. Long Fei's pupils tightened, and he looked straight at Tandapeo. "What's going on?" Tandapeo shook his head, and said, "Boss, I will explain everything to you when we get to the Immortal's residence, now." He raised his right arm. Boom! Boom! With 2 explosions, Tandapeo said loudly, "Protect your eyes." Bang bang! The 2 artillery shells shot out, and an incomparably dazzling light burst out. It was as if they had lost their sight in the blink of an eye, making them feel incomparably uncomfortable. Flash bullet? Long Fei was also blind. At this moment, his strength was bound, and he only felt a person suddenly hug his body, shooting straight into the sky. The eyes of the elder of secret sect also went blind for a moment, but for them, even if their eyes could not see, their sense of presence could still be used in front of their eyes. Someone wants to escape. Sword net. Boom boom. In the air above the valley, the Lord of Sword Peak gave a command. Immediately, thousands and thousands of sword images instantly interweaved, forming a gigantic sword net that crushed towards Long Fei and the others, directly sealing their way in. "Sister Lan Mei!" Tandapeo shouted. Lan Mei stood in front of Tandapeo, blocking his attack. His eyes darkened, a deep blue light shone out of them as power surged through his entire body. Walala! The sound of crashing waves rang out. Then, Lan Mei punched the sword net. "Deep blue waves, break for me!" Walala! Walala! Wave after wave of giant waves charged into the sword net, which slowly curved upwards. The expressions of the Sword Peak elders on both sides of the valley turned sinister, as they found it difficult to endure the power released from Lan Mei's body. Lord of Sword Peak's eyes darkened, he snorted. "Humph, you think you can break through the sword net?" The sword shadow moved. Buzz. Sword shadows were released one after another, turning into gigantic swords. Lord of Sword Peak sneered, "Kill! All the 10,000 swords move at the same time." One large sword after another pierced out of the sword net, directly towards Lan Mei. Every single large sword had the power of a heavenly saint level 9. This power, it had already exceeded the limits of what Lan Mei could endure, but he did not retreat. Zhang Xian frowned. Her blue hair floated in the air as the azure light in her eyes became even more intense. Boom! Boom! One after another, blue crystals formed in front of her, forming a triangular awl. Lan Mei also roared out, "Ah! Rumble!" He charged forward. The crystal cone stabbed into the sword net. As the peak stage heavenly sages' swords stabbed forward, the blue crystal continued to fall. Every time a crystal weakened, a new wound would appear on Lan Mei's body. Su Su frantically released the cure, but even so, he was still unable to control the injuries on Lan Mei's body. Ah! Ah! Lan Mei used all his strength. His entire body was covered in wounds. Long Fei looked in his eyes, his fists were tightly clenched, and his teeth were about to shatter. Ah! Ah! In his heart, he exerted all of his strength. I want the power of the breaking through the seal, but... The 4 powers were like 4 bodhisattvas, firmly enveloping every part of his body in seal, and not being able to break through. Seeing this situation, several defense presbyters rushed into the sky. However, without waiting for them to reach the sky, Elder of Secret Sect moved in an instant and blocked all of them. He chuckled, "Your opponents are us. And the Mr. Celestial said that after we get rid of you, we will be the defense presbyter. You old things are no longer of any use, go to hell." Zhou Daoren already had the intention to kill. However, he never thought that Zhou Yuan would actually lose. This made him even more unhappy. It was simple. If one doesn't do it, the other won't. Since 6 people from the defense presbyter had already died, the remaining 12 would not pose a threat to him even if they were to join forces. They might as well kill them all. However, what he did not understand was, why would a desolate wasteland have such dense spiritual energy? First, he had to get rid of the 18 fairies. He was the person with the highest authority in the entire Fatri sect. No one could stop him from doing anything. Defense Presbyter was also instantly surrounded by Elder of Secret Sect when he was stopped. One of the Defense Presbyter shouted, "Kill!" In an instant, the 11 Defense Presbyters fought against the dozens of Elder of Secret Sects and crazily used their killing move. In midair, the energy from Lan Mei's body unceasingly surged out. The Holy General's blood veins energy also immediately became berserk. After breaking through the sword net, the dozens of disciples behind them rushed out. The look in Lord of Sword Peak's eyes became slightly startled. "I didn't expect there would be such a power, killing him, what a pity." However, Lord of Sword Peak looked to the other side. The sword shadow moved. Just then, another old man came over. He shouted coldly, "Lord of Sword Peak, your sword net is broken, now it's our Peak Jin's turn." Ha ha! Buzz! Buzz! The moment Lan Mei and the rest broke through the sword net, 18 gigantic pillars descended from the sky. An old man quickly formed a formation and trapped them inside. "Peak Jin! Ha ha! You trash, turn into a pool of blood and mire, ha ha!" As long as he took down these people, his Peak Jin would be able to obtain the most cultivation resources in his Fatri sect, and he would also become the great peak owner of the 7 peaks. He definitely would not miss this opportunity. The 18 pillars descended. The forces intertwined and quickly formed into a formation. The 18 pillars released streams of melting power, and everyone's body seemed as if it was going to melt. Ah! 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 Incomparable pain. Long Fei used all of his strength. Ah! Ah! His entire body turned scarlet red. The fairy tree was released from Su Su's body, and she frantically released the cure. She did not care about it, as several wounds appeared on her body. Lan Mei panted and said, "What do we do? I can't get out." The sword net had used up all of her strength. She was incomparably weak right now. In addition, she didn't understand formations at all. It was impossible for one to use brute force to break through one. Tandapeo also did not understand formations. He kept on striking, but again, it was useless. Even if some of them understood formations, it would still be useless because this formation was set up by the Peak Jin, and no one could break it. A hopeless situation. Dead. Tandapeo looked at Long Fei and said, "Boss, we. They never thought that Zhou Daoren would send out such a large number of Fatri sects." Long Fei did not care about him, and continued to attack the seal in his body. "Ha ha! All of you, go to hell!" The Peak Jin started laughing maniacally. At this moment, There was a roar that touched the sky not far away, and a huge tentacle suddenly shot out. A huge tentacle fell from the sky. A huge tentacle fell from the sky. It was as if the palm of a giant had covered the starry sky. Roar! Rumble! Heavily slamming onto the 18 pillars, the 18 pillars instantly bent and let out creaking sounds as they crumbled. It wouldn't be long before collapsing. The Peak Jin's expression turned sinister, and said with a heavy voice, "Crazy Wolf, what are you planning to do?" This huge tentacle was obviously from the roar of sky touching. Roar! The roar of sky touching roared again, and another tentacle came crashing down from the sky. The Crazy Wolf also shouted, "I can't stand you bullying people." Boom! The roar of sky touching's antennae moved, and directly crushed the huge pillar. The 18 pillars shattered, and the formation disappeared with them. The people in the formation were panting heavily. Their entire body was emitting hot smoke and looked like it was about to melt. Tandapeo glanced at the Crazy Wolf. At this time, he didn't care anymore, as he carried Long Fei on his back and said with a heavy voice, "Let's go." Can't stay. Even if someone were to die, he couldn't stop. He had to enter the Immortals' residence as soon as possible. Only Immortals were safe. Everyone quickly followed Tandapeo and flew out. Peak Jin's eyes turned sinister as he stared at the Crazy Wolf. "Crazy Wolf, you dare to go against Mr. Celestial? Have you considered the consequences?" At this moment, whoosh! Lord of Sword Peak descended, his eyes also staring at the Crazy Wolf. The Crazy Wolf laughed. "I, Crazy Wolf, never consider the consequences. No matter who it is, even if it's the god, as long as I don't like it, I will take care of it." Actually, he had thought about it before. He knew that as long as he made a move, it would be equivalent to waging a war with Zhou Daoren. However, if he had not intervened at that time, Long Fei and the others would not have survived. In that instant, he still chose to save Long Fei. He also knew the consequences of this choice. The Peak Jin's expression sank and said, "Crazy Wolf, you still have a chance right now, don't be so stubborn. That kid definitely won't live past tomorrow, you should be clear about this in your heart." Lord of Sword Peak also said, "Crazy Wolf, don't be silly, he isn't worth it for you to do this. Mr. Celestial has already grasped the overall situation, and Grand Defense Presbyter is already dead, and the current Fatri sect is the king." They were advising the Crazy Wolf. After all, they were all Peak Owner-s and they were all once disciples of the senior brother-s. They couldn't bear to kill him. The Crazy Wolf said indifferently, "No matter what happens, I, Yunche, must do what I want to do. Either you guys move aside or you guys kill me." Since he had already made his choice, he wouldn't turn back. The corners of Peak Owner's eyes twitched. "The ones who block my reach are my mortal enemies, Crazy Wolf, then don't blame me for being impolite." Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The Peak Jin's back continuously exploded with sounds, and one diamond staff after another floated out. The long rod materialized. One swing after another, the power of the array was stronger than the one on the staff earlier. This was his trump card. Even during the last competition with the C's Sex Array Masters, he had not taken it out yet. Crazy Wolf's eyes changed. 10,000 Rod Absolute Killing Array. Humph! Crazy Wolf, now you know my determination? Now you're in a hurry to get out of the way, Peak Jin said in a deep voice. The Crazy Wolf laughed blandly. I wanted to experience the 10,000 Rod Killing Array for a long time, just come at me. This was the strongest array formation in the Peak Jin. The Crazy Wolf was unsure. However, at this time, he had no choice but to fight head-on. The Peak Jin's expression changed as the massive power of True Spirit started to surge. Countless diamond staff floated in the air and instantly appeared around the Crazy Wolf. At this moment, the Crazy Wolf seemed to have entered another space. He instantly entered the formation. Peak Jin said, Lord Sword, go chase them. Lord of Sword Peak replied, all right. The Imperial Sword technique moved and instantly rushed out. At the same time, the Crazy Wolf also moved, roar of sky touching, protect Long Fei. Roar! The gigantic roar of sky touching also instantly rushed out. The Crazy Wolf released the power of the Beast Tao on its body, looked at the 10,000 diamond rods, and let out a small breath, then took a step forward. Come! Boom! Boom! Rumble! The 11 Defense Presbyter S and the 20-odd Elder of Secret Sect S continued to fight. However, Saints Hill had 10,000 gods holy state S. Moreover, most of them were taken by Zhou Daoren into the secret sect. An endless stream of Elder of Secret Sect joined the battle. The 11 Defense Presbyter S slowly found themselves unable to endure any further. Their individual strengths were also mediocre. The strongest were the 18 immortals that had joined forces, but, out of the 18 disciples of Senior Brother, there were only 11 remaining, and their combined power could no longer be unleashed. In addition, they were worried about Long Fei's comfort, so they were constantly getting distracted. His strength had been greatly reduced. Shwa! A gigantic bronze hammer fell down, and one of the Defense Presbyter S was flung out. At the same time, several Elder of Secret Sects surrounded him and sent out their finishing blows, their swords stabbing through his body. 8 Senior Brother. Junior Brother. Ah! One Defense Presbyter had fallen, there were only 10 people left. Their eyes were all bloodshot and filled with hatred. Like I said, none of you can leave, ha ha ha. If I kill you, our secret sect will become the guardian of the Fatry sect, ha ha ha. Big Elder of Secret Sect laughed out wildly. The remaining 10 Defense Presbyter S were like turtles in a jar, they could not last much longer. He would become the Grand Defense Presbyter. This won't do, no one can escape if we continue like this. If Zhou Daoren wants to kill all of them, young Master Long is even more dangerous. Then what should we do? The cultivation of these Elder of Secret Sect are too strong, we have no way to leave. This is the last request of the great Senior Brother. If we can't even protect the young Master Long, how can we still have the face to see the great Senior Brother? The 10 clan elders and Idea S communicated with each other. The situation was getting more and more desperate, and they knew they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Since Zhou Daoren gave the order, he would definitely exterminate them. They could die, but Long Fei could not. Suddenly, one of the Defense Presbyters rushed to the front and said with a heavy voice, 9 Senior Brothers, I will leave this young Master Long to you. As soon as he finished, Defense Presbyter's entire body turned red. The expressions of the other 9 Defense Presbyters changed. 18. Elder of Secret Sect's expression had also become extremely ugly. Self-destruct. Sky Saint self-destruct. Be careful. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Defense Presbyter rushed into the crowd and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Rumble. 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 The power of the explosion sent dozens of Elder of Secret Sect flying. For the sake of the great Senior Brother's request, for the sake of the young Master Long Lord, and even more so the future of the Fatry sect, they were already willing to give up their lives. Let's go! Let's go! The 9 Defense Presbyter's eyes were filled with tears, and after exploding, they rushed into the sky. Big Elder of Secret Sect's face was covered in filth, his expression was ugly. He did not expect Defense Presbyter to self-destruct, the power of a peak heavenly saint, the power of several hundred years of cultivation. The key was, this kind of self-destruct takes the price of soul flying. Never again. What should we do? An elder asked. Big Elder of Secret Sect shouted loudly, chase after him. The elder said, if they self-destruct. Big Elder of Secret Sect glared and shouted, they only have 9 people, how many of them can self-destruct? I don't believe that none of them are afraid of soul flying. Chase. Many disciples of secret sect S quickly gave chase. The powerhouse S of the universal realm would always leave a way out for themselves. Even if they had to risk their lives, they would at least preserve their own primordial spirit, waiting for the right time to rebuild their physical body. No one would choose to self-destruct, especially the powerhouse, because self-detonation meant never being able to reincarnate. The big elder of secret sect was burning with anger. He stared at the figures of the Grand Defense Presbyter and said, "Let me see how many of you can self-destruct." Boom. He jumped up from the ground and instantly dashed out. Long Fei, obediently kneel down and surrender. Back then you humiliated us at the plaza, today we will make you suffer. Powder Peak S, Talisman S, and Wu's Peak S stopped Tandapeo and the others in their tracks. It was another three gods' holy state. Tandapeo's gaze tensed up as he put Long Fei down and said faintly, "Take your boss and leave later." Long Fei shouted, "Canon, you are not their match." Long Fei's heart was in extreme pain. "Open it for me." Boom! Boom! The force of impact, however. The four powers were linked together like four shackles, even if Long Fei was able to control the system. But he was unable to use his true spiritual value. In a situation where he couldn't use his mana, even if he could, it was useless. He couldn't cast a single skill or summon a single beast. Azure Dragon Sacred Ancient, help me break the shackles. Long Fei pleaded. The Azure Dragon Sacred Ancient didn't respond. Ancient Deviltree, do you have a way? Long Fei asked the Ancient Deviltree again. However, the Ancient Deviltree also did not have any response. It was as if no one could receive his voice transmission. Long Fei roared angrily in his heart, but, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. His power was sealed by the four great forces. Lan Mei's breathing quickened and his wound was still bleeding. He said, "I'll stay behind, you carry Long Fei and run." Tandapeo said, "Elder sister-in-law, I will carry this trial." While he was speaking, several disciples of the Wu's Peak ran out and said, "Peak owner, we are innocent. We don't know anything, we were implicated by him. Don't kill us." With that, he ran out crazily. Long Fei frowned. He wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. Tandapeo glanced at them. Just as they were about to rush to the front of Master of Wu's Peak. Boom, boom. Several continuous strikes landed. The bodies of the four disciples were directly ripped apart as their blood and flesh flew everywhere. Master of Wu's Peak laughed coldly and said, "Mr. Celestial has decreed that all of you must die." The crowd panicked. Tandapeo said in a heavy voice, "Did you see that? Zhou wants to kill them all. In their eyes, we are nothing more than ants. We can't escape, we have to fight. Protect the boss for me, I'll block them." Finished. Tandapeo's figure moved, the gun on his right arm slightly changed and turned into a machine gunner like hole snatching. He roared, "Come!" Bang bang bang. He quickly started the design. Humph! Launcher? They were eliminated long ago. The Master of Wu's Peak sneered. He waved his hand and formed a air shield. The air shield blocked all of the bullet. Not even their hair. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. In the real era, there were people who cultivated in the launcher. Don't they know that guns are being cultivated in trash? Trash. Ha ha ha. The Wu's Peak disciple laughed out loud. The energy on Tandapeo's right arm changed slightly, from normal bullets to armor-piercing bullets, nailing them onto the air shield one by one. Launcher is trash? Now cry. As soon as he finished, Tandapeo moved. Explode for me. Countless of armor-piercing bullets were nailed onto the air shield. In that moment, they instantly exploded, and the entire air shield was turned into powder. Master of Wu's Peak was raging. How preposterous! Tandapeo looked at Long Fei and said with a heavy voice, "Run! Lan Mei didn't hesitate as he carried Long Fei and bounced away. Fu Feng shot out a flying talisman which exploded in midair. A golden energy extended in the air and covered the net. Blue crystals condensed on Lan Mei's body once again. Break! The Su Su fairy tree enveloped him and crazily healed him. Rumble! 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 The scene was extremely tragic. Tan de Peo was immediately sent flying by the master of Wu's Peak. Blood gushed out. The injuries on Lan Mei's body had also worsened, and he was probably unable to hold on with his breath of true spirit. They were still 100 kilometers away from the immortal estate. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to fly there in less than a minute. But now, it was even more difficult than ascending to heaven. Rumble! 16th Junior Brother. Another explosion. Another defense presbyter unleashed his soul flying, blocking a large wave of Elder of Secret Sect. Rumble! Another explosion. One defense presbyter after another, Elder of Secret Sect was scared silly when they self-destructed. After all, the power of God's holy Peakness powerhouse's self-destruct was too strong. They didn't dare to get too close. Buzz! In the 10,000-rod killing array, Crazy Wolf's entire body was covered in blood. Protecting Long Fei is more important. Boom! The power of the Beast Dao on the Crazy Wolf's body fiercely rushed forward, and the 10,000-rod absolute killing array's power was almost unable to endure it any longer. Rumble! It continued to crumble. The defense presbyter madly chased. The Lord of Sword Peak and the Roar of Sky Touching fought with no equal, but a few Roar of Sky Touching's huge tentacles dropped from the valley. At the entrance of the mountain, it was as if a bloody figure had crawled out of a pool of blood. Her hair was blood-red. His armor was blood-red. The sword in his hand was also red like blood. Under the moonlight, his eyes were as red as a monster's. His entire person had turned into a demon. Looking at Long Fei and the others who were some distance away, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, hee. Come on. I can't wait. Ha ha ha. Obediently tremble under my sword, wahaha. Saint's Temple. Saint's Temple. Zhou Daoren quietly sat on the sect master's seat, holding onto his forehead with one hand. He quietly looked afar, his mouth revealing a slight smile. After tonight, the Fatri sect will be completely under my control. No one dares to say anything more about my son. Ha ha ha! His heart was in ecstasy. Without the 18 Fairies Elder and the 18 Fairies Medallion, he would be the Ji Zun of the Fatri sect. The most important thing was his son, Zhou Yuan. There was no need to hide anymore. How is the divine path? So what of the path of demon? In this world, only the powerhouse are the kings, regardless if you are the divine way or the devil way. The current Zhou Yuan had already completely merged with the inner demon's power. Today's eruption would allow him to become even more compatible, to the point that he could trigger a devil tribulation. Xianyuan Li Air was ready. Now, only the demon tribulation on Zhou Yuan's body remained. This time, he did not stop Zhou Yuan from attacking him. Even though he had already completely transformed into Zhou Daoren, he did not stop him from attacking him. The stronger he was, the stronger his power would be after the demon tribulation. At that time, the gathering of heroes would be his stage, and he would definitely be selected by the gods' tribe. Ha ha ha! Zhou Daoren laughed crazily, and the hall was filled with echoes saying, "Explode, explode as much as you want." Rumble! Another defense presbyter self-destructed and repelled him. Now, only 4 elders were left. It was also the 4 elders who had placed shackles around Long Fei's body. Hoo. Tan de Peo was saved and his chest had a palm imprint pressed into his flesh. The gun on his right arm was completely torn apart, which was equivalent to his right arm being crippled once again. It was painful. However, But Tandapeo did not let out a single scream. Lan Mei's entire body was injured, and he was barely able to stand steadily. Their levels were too low, all the powerhouses blocking their path were all at the heavenly saint realm, they were simply no match for them. However, the last 4 defense presbyters hurried over and protected Long Fei. The group of tens of people swiftly flew towards the Immortal's residence. The Immortal residence had already entered his vision and was about to arrive. As long as they entered the Immortal's residence and activated the Grand Protective Formation, they would be safe. When the Fatri sect was first established, a great protective formation was set up to protect the fire seed of the Fatri sect. Now, the internal strife within the Fatri sect caused heavy losses. Defense Presbyter did not expect it to become like this. We'll be there soon. Once we're there, we'll be safe. We'll be there soon. Tears rolled down the faces of the 4 great defense presbyterettes. Their hearts were already pierced through by thousands of holes, and their brothers who had lived together for hundreds of years all died miserable deaths in front of their eyes. No one could understand this kind of pain. It was, for the sake of the Fatri sect, for Long Fei they had to resist. Long Fei anxiously said, "Just release the power from my body when you're almost there." "I beg of you," Defense Presbyter said. "Don't worry, it will automatically open when you enter the Immortal's residence." "Long Fei. Now we will also not hide it from you, the great senior brother died in the secret world. He died under Zhou Yuan's sword. Zhou Yuan has already become bewitched. His divine sword intent and demonic energy have already fused. His sword arts are extremely powerful. You are not his opponent yet, but we believe that you will definitely surpass him. So, you must live well. No matter what happens, your goal is to live on. Only by living on will you have the chance to avenge us. Did you remember that?" The 4 defense presbyters looked at Long Fei. Long Fei's heart tightened. He had guessed that the Grand Defense Presbyter was dead, but what he did not expect was that he would actually die under Zhou Yuan's sword. How terrifying was Zhou Yuan now? Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and said, "I will remember, Clan Elder, please release the restraints on my body now. I will remember, I will not act rashly." 18 defense presbyters, although they had a motive for being nice to him. However, in Long Fei's heart, they were just like his grandfather. They cared for him, loved him, and would always stand up for him no matter what. Now that there were only 4 of them left, even Long Fei felt unspeakably miserable in his heart. As long as the imprisonment was broken, he would not care about it anymore. If he did not kill all the people who were in their way, he would not be called Long Fei. Long Fei's killing intent had never been this strong. It was precisely because of this that the 4 defense presbyters did not undo the seal on Long Fei's body. It wasn't just because of this. They had long since felt another incomparably strong demonic intent from the entrance of Immortal Dushan Mountain. This demonic intent caused the 4 of them to feel a chill in their hearts. At the same time, their killing intent surged. Because they were very familiar with this demonic intent. The devil aura released from Zhou Yuan's body. It was incomparably hot. He wanted to be even more naked than he was at the beginning, with not a single trace of concealment. Suddenly, Lan Mei frowned, "Demon?" As soon as he finished, the 2 defense presbyters flew out. "Ah ha ha! You're finally here." His voice was deep and hoarse, and as the demonic flames were released, it was like a bloody light that shot into the sky. Long Fei's eyes contracted as he said in an even more urgent tone, "Release the seal in my body. Quickly, I beg of you. I beg of you." Not waiting for him to finish. Boom! A bloody light spilled out and a human head flew into the air. Without waiting for the 2 defense presbyters south to get close, one of them was instantly killed, his power becoming even more powerful. Trash that couldn't even withstand a single blow. "Ha ha ha! Long Fei, you dead trash, get out here right now." Zhou Yuan laughed in disdain. You old things, go and die. Arrogant! Another sword attack came. Too strong. Their strength had already completely surpassed the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Saint realm. He was no longer a match for her. Boom! Zhou Yuan took a step forward and his figure disappeared. Another defense presbyter idea moved, explode. He was not his opponent, so he did not do anything else to block. He directly exploded, saying with a heavy voice, "Let's die together." Zhou Yuan's eyes turned cold, and the moment the defense presbyter self-destructed, he grabbed his head and fiercely smashed it onto the ground. Bam! The head was shattered. He didn't even succeed in self-destructing. The speed was simply too fast. Zhou Yuan laughed coldly. A trash like you wants to die with me? Humph! Old thing, aren't you overestimating yourself? Even the explosion was interrupted? This speed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Long Fei's eyes became even more bloodshot. Unravel my seal, unravel my. Defense presbyter looked at Tan de Peo, and said with a faint voice, "Bring young Master Long into the Immortal's residence." Finished. The two of them instantly flew out. Zhou Yuan, if you want to kill Long Fei, first kill us. Zhou Yuan sneered and said, "The last two old fellows, go and die." Two defense presbyters flew up in an instant and lured Zhou Yuan away. Tan de Peo quickly rushed over to the immortal brothel. Zhou Yuan sneered and said, "Wait until I kill these two old fellows, I'll deal with you too." Watching Tan de Peo and the group enter the immortal's residence, the two defense presbyters smiled faintly. At this time, without waiting for Zhou Yuan to rush over, they instantly self-destructed. Zhou Yuan's gaze tensed up and he quickly retreated. The moment Long Fei entered the immortal brothel, the 4 shackles in his body suddenly rushed out and formed a beam of light, enveloping the immortal brothel. Buzz! The Grand Protective Magical Formation was activated. Boom! Boom! A loud sound resounded, and rays of light shot out in all directions. It was as though an enormous shield had appeared and completely enveloped the entire immortal estate. A halo of light shrouded the area as his true soul surged. It was passed down tens of thousands of years ago, and it was the first time it had ever been activated. It was originally a protective formation that helped the Fatri sect survive a life and death crisis. And the moment the protective formation was activated, the power of the seal in Long Fei's body disappeared and his body instantly became light. His body instantly soared into the air, and seeing the last two defense presbyters self-destruct, Long Fei hysterically roared, and oh! His rage was like a sea. Long Fei went berserk and said, "Open the array! Open the formation for me!" Tan de Peo did not move. Lan Mei also did not move. The other disciples that survived all stared blankly, not moving at all as they looked at the world outside the protective formation. No one replied Long Fei. No one could open the array. Long Fei's fists continued to strike against the array. Both fists were like a thunderbolt as they struck out explosively again and again, but the magic array only produced one light halo after another, but his strength was useless in the slightest. It was also at this time. The red-haired witch, Zhou Yuan, landed in front of Long Fei. The two were separated only by an array barrier. Zhou Yuan had a pleased sneer on his face. "Long Fei, how do you feel? It must be great to see all the people around me die one by one. Ha ha! This is the result of going against me. A trash like you is even fit to fight over a woman with me? You overestimate yourself." Zhou Yuan laughed in disdain, and said, "Also, I need to tell you one more thing. I will soon be married to Xian Yuan Lier, and she will soon become my woman, ha ha ha. And you?" Zhou Yuan took a step back, and the sword intent around him congealed. Walala! Walala! Immediately, the entire immortal residence was filled with flying sand. The towering trees were uprooted, and all the auras within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers were stirred up, forming heaven-defying sword intents. Zhou Yuan's eyes stared at the protective magical formation and coldly snorted, "Break it for me." He would not rest until Long Fei was dead. So what if he activated the protective magical formation? Kill all the same. Inside the array, Long Fei floated in the air. His eyes stared straight at Zhou Yuan, clenched his fists, and said, "Come! Come on!" He hoped that Zhou Yuan would be able to break through the array. If he did not take revenge for killing 18 defense presbyter, then he was not Long Fei. "Bring it on!" Long Fei roared hysterically. His entire body's aura surged out as well. His robe fluttered in the wind with a "kacha" sound. "Kill!" Zhou Yuan slashed down with his sword, releasing an incomparably huge sword intent that shook the heavens, slashing towards the great mountain protection array above the immortal's residence. Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, the hearts of everyone in Fatry's sect trembled. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of the immortal's residence. This power was too strong. Energy shockwaves burst out, shooting out 1,000,000 km in an instant. However, the formation didn't move at all. There was no damage at all. On the other hand, Zhou Yuan's mind was shaken. His sea of consciousness started to surge. The power of this sword was too strong. The shock even reached his own sea of consciousness, causing his internal organs to churn. Zhou Yuan's face also turned red. Long Fei secretly thought, the defense of this formation is so strong. The power of a formation was also a type of power. In addition to finding the eye of the formation, there was also the simplest and most brutal way to break through the formation, and that was to use an even more powerful force to crush it. The strength of Zhou Yuan's sword just now had brought about an incomparably strong pressure to Long Fei's heart. If it was him, he felt that he would not be able to block this strike. It would be instantly killed. However, under this sword, the protective array formation didn't even budge an inch. It hadn't even been damaged at all. From this, it could be seen just how strong this array formation was. "Can't break it." Zhou Yuan's eyes were dark, fury ignited, and he said heavily, "I refuse to believe it." Boom! The sword moved, and bright red blood dripped from the tip of the sword. The crimson flames on the sword rolled out, pointing to the sky as he yelled, "Divine Path! Emotion!" Boom! The devilish flames burned, covering the skies and covering the skies above the immortal's residence. Long Fei's mind secretly trembled. Tan de Peo's pupils also tightened. Su Su's cure was ready anytime. The sword intent Zhou Yuan had released was too strong. If they did not have this protective formation, they might have been crushed into fine powder right now. Compared to the strike just now, this strike was more like the apocalypse. Zhou Yuan growled, "Tremble under my sword. Break for me." The sword slashed out. The burning devil fire carried billions of sword chi as it chopped down. It heavily smashed into the protective mountain array, as if countless demon swords were falling from the sky, stabbing into every part of the protective mountain, slightly compressing the protective mountain array. It was as if he couldn't hold it anymore. Long Fei stared at Zhou Yuan and his heart was moved. The idea was locking onto the primordial tyrant body technique. He did not know what kind of power he was going to use to win against Zhou Yuan. The Grandmist Tyrant Body Mode was a type of strength that could stimulate one's strength tenfold. Moreover, once Zhou Yuan broke the array, he would go and kill without a care. However, the gently sinking protective magical formation suddenly let out a rumbling sound. Wong! The formation was triggered. Rumble! With a sudden bounce, the strong force immediately counterattacked, causing the entire Emotion sword intent to shatter. Zhou Yuan's state of mind surged, rolling around. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Ah! Zhou Yuan was enraged and roared crazily. Blood spurted out of his eyes, and he looked as sinister as a ghost, How can a mere array formation be my path? Long Fei, you piece of trash hiding in the array, I'll kill you too. Ah! Rumble! An even more powerful sword intent was released. Path of God. 8-layered demon heavens. Another strike that was even more powerful than the combination of the divine way and demonic path. Demon flames burned the sky, heavily smashing down. No matter how strong the impact was, the formation was still knocked back. Rumble. Zhou Yuan sprayed out fresh blood once more. The formation was safe and sound. However, Long Fei knew that in this world, there were no arrays that could withstand countless of powerful attack. Just like the defensive shield of a battleship, if one kept attacking, there would be a chance to break through them. Moreover, right now Zhou Yuan was becoming more and more crazy, and he was unable to control himself. Right now, he was 50% on the divine and devil path. Once he was controlled by Demon Heart, Zhou Yuan's power would explode even more violently, and he would completely go berserk. At that time, can this formation withstand it? Long Fei was not confident. Moreover, if Zhou Yuan had rushed in at that time, then it wouldn't have been as hungry wolves rushing into the flock of sheep, but as vicious dragons rushing into the flock of sheep. The dragon was like a flock of sheep. This was going to be a massacre. The dragon was like a flock of sheep. This was going to be a massacre. However, Long Fei was waiting. He was waiting for the dragon to break through the formation, because at that time, he would be the one to slay the dragon. Even though he wasn't sure. Even if he were to use the Grand Mist Tyrant body technique, he didn't have much confidence. His current level was too low, and the strength he had cultivated to that level wasn't strong enough either. However, Long Fei will give it his all. Ah! 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 Zhou Yuan was still in a rage, crazily attacking the protective formation. However, the formation did not break. However, the angle of the descent became larger and larger, and each time, it would decrease by a few degrees. Ah! The devil in Zhou Yuan's heart wanted to completely control his body. It was also at this time. Boom! An enormous figure descended, and in an instant, the overwhelming overlord's strength engulfed everything. It was like a heavy spear had directly pierced into Zhou Yuan's body. Boom! Zhou Yuan's gaze turned, stared straight at Zhou Daoran, and said with a heavy voice, "Old thing, get out of the way." Zhou Daoran's eyes darkened, and a devil thought came out of his mouth as his heavy spear fiercely pierced Zhou Yuan's body. Zhou Yuan's body sank, and fell down from the sky. His blood-red hair also turned black. His entire body collapsed. As if his profound qi had been sucked dry, his whole body softly fell down to the ground. Zhou Daoran moved and hugged Zhou Yuan, then stared at Long Fei who was inside the array, and coldly said, "This array can only hold on for 10 days, after 10 days you will still die under my son's sword." While they were talking, Zhou Daoran looked at the protective magical formation, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. "I was the one who bestowed these 10 days to you." Then, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight. In that instant, Long Fei could tell from Zhou Daoran's eyes that he could break the formation, but he did not, because he wanted to leave Long Fei's life to Zhou Yuan. Just like he said, 10 days of time were all given to Long Fei by him. For Zhou Daoran's strength to be able to suppress the power of the devils on Zhou Yuan's body showed how much stronger he was. Long Fei's heart trembled. If he wanted to kill Zhou Yuan, he had to first kill Zhou Daoran. Overlord Realm. An existence that was like an unreachable mountain, wanting to kill Zhou Daoran. 10 days. It was too difficult. Long Fei's body slowly descended. Tan de Peo and the rest immediately surrounded him. The other disciples were sweating profusely as they slumped to the ground. 10 days. Mr. Celestial just mentioned that a formation can only be maintained for 10 days. Is that true? Can we only live 10 days? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I didn't do anything, I'm innocent, it's all you guys. It's all your fault. That's him. If it wasn't for him fighting over women with young sect master, how would we be implicated? Long Fei, it's all because of you. It's all your fault. Many disciples began to criticize him. They had only lived for 20 years, and when they thought that they still had 10 days left, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Tan de Peo shouted in a heavy voice, "If it weren't for us, you would have died long ago. Where did all this 10 days come from? Blame my boss. Do you blame anyone else? Try again." Tan de Peo also roared, directly suppressing all the sounds, his eyes as though he was an angry god. Long Fei did not say anything, but in his heart, he silently muttered, 10 days, 10 days, how do I get stronger? What do I need to do to get stronger? Become stronger. If I want to become stronger, how can I become stronger than Overlord Stronger Man in 10 days? Ah! In Long Fei's heart, he was like a wild beast trapped in a cage. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the barrier. This feeling, so powerless, not to mention Zhou Doran's overlord strength, even if it was his own divine path, he still wouldn't be able to deal with the power of the Devil Dao. It was so powerless that it made Long Fei want to die. What on earth is the solution? Long Fei's brain was about to collapse. He kept checking the system and organizing the things he had now. Just by using the primordial tyrant body technique, it was impossible for him to win against Zhou Yuan and his son, Zhou Daoran and his son. There were still countless heavenly saint realm powerhouse in the factory sect. How would he deal with these alone? Long Fei walked into the room and closed the door. Tan de Peo did not make a sound outside. Su Su worriedly shouted, "Big brother Long Fei, big brother Long Fei, say something, don't be like this, can you say something?" Lan Mei also looked at the room worriedly, but she did not say anything. She didn't know what to say. Long Fei said lightly, "I want some peace and quiet, all of you can leave." Su Su asked, "Who is Jingjing?" "Don't think about it silently, think about it gently. Even if you don't, think about Sister Lan Mei." Lan Mei said, "Su So, let's go out first and let him rest quietly on his own." Tan de Peo walked out of the courtyard. All of the muscles in his body tensed up, and his wound started to crack. Fresh blood spurted out, and he acted as if he did not feel any pain. "If only I could be a little stronger, if only I could kill Zhou Yuan." His voice was tinged with anger and helplessness. He was, as a launcher, he even removed the gun and cannon that were fused with his body, causing his right arm to break once again. He was the only one who could experience such pain. Lan Mei also clenched his fists tightly and said faintly, "There are still 10 days, we need to do our best to become strong. I won't give up. I will never give up." Tan de Peo nodded heavily. Su Su also replied, Ah, ah, ah. My body, my body." Zhou Yuan looked at his heart, which was covered by a line of veins which was as beautiful as blood and as dense as iron nematodes. They grew out from the heart and continuously spread under the skin surface. The pain was indescribable. Zhou Daoran looked at the devil tendons on Zhou Yuan's chest, and a smile appeared on his face. "It's time, it's finally time." When the devil tendons were born, this was the sign of a demonic tribulation. As Zhou Yuan ruthlessly attacked the protective formation, the devil in his heart frantically grew, breaking through his final step. Zhou Yuan said, "Father, I'm in so much pain, I'm in so much pain, kill me, kill me." Zhou Daoran said indifferently, "Don't worry, in 3 days the devil veins that grow from your devil heart will cover your body, and that way your devil tribulation will be activated. After you pass through the heavenly tribulation, you will possess the eternal demon body, and your power of the divine way will be increased by 10 times. Ha ha ha! Pass my orders! Have the holy maiden prepare to marry Zhou Yuan. Ha ha ha! At this moment, we're finally here." Zhou Doran's face was flushed red, He was extremely excited. Meditation Peak. Meditation Peak. Xianyuan Holy Maiden stood on the summit of the Tranquil Heart Pavilion. Looking at the direction of the Immortal's residence, her eyes were filled with concern as she muttered, "Big brother Long Fei, how are you right now? I missed you so much." Ever since they parted ways in the plaza, she had never seen Long Fei again. She only knew that Long Fei had been brought to the Immortal's residence by the 18 fairies, and she didn't know how he was doing right now either. However, it was getting closer and closer to her and Zhou Doran's time. She was going to marry Zhou Yuan soon. Furthermore, she felt that the wedding date might be brought forward once again, because the Meditation Peak was now completely under the control of the secret sect. The entire Meditation Peak was a member of the secret sect. She didn't know what had happened in this period of time, but she didn't have a choice, because this was the Fatri sect. It was controlled by Zhou Daoran, and he was even the #1 powerhouse, the Overlord Realm. Just as he said, it was too easy for him to get rid of one person in Fatri sect. If she did not agree, Long Fei would disappear from this world. A servant girl mysteriously walked up to Xianyuan Li and said, "Big Sister Lear, last night, Fatri sect suffered an intense battle. Owner of Beast Hill was heavily injured. Its roar of sky touching seemed to have been killed by the sect master." Xianyuan Li's gaze tensed up. What else? Anything else? Maid said, "Also, 18 fairies has brought a group of disciples and Long Fei into secret world to cultivate, but no one has come out, so I don't know what's going on yet." Oh! Xianyuan Li's heart relaxed. Long Fei should be safe with 18 fairies. The only thing that Zhou Daoran was afraid of was the 18 fairies. Furthermore, there was the 18 fairies token, which had a much higher authority than the sect master. Maid said, "Also, the Mr. Celestial has sent someone over. They asked you to prepare to marry the young sect master in 3 days. 3 days. Later. Xianyuan Li's eyes dimmed a lot. So early. She couldn't help but look in the direction of the Immortal estate. "Big brother Long Fei, I might be getting married." Xianyuan Li revealed a smile. She did not reject him. He knew that he could not refuse. Moreover, as long as she and Zhou Yuan got married, Zhou Daoran would not make a move against her. After a long time, Xianyuan Li said, "Tell them, I will be ready." Maid looked at Xianyuan Li as his tears rolled down. "Big Sister Lear, you don't like the young sect master at all. Why are you feeling wronged? Furthermore, it is rumored in Fatri sect that young sect master has been possessed by the devil. You are the peak owner, how can you marry a demon dweller? You can refuse." Maid could not help but sob softly. She had always been by the side of the Holy Maiden, so she knew that the Holy Maiden had always been waiting for a man to appear. Xianyuan Li smiled faintly and said, "There are some things that I don't like, but if you do it for someone you like, you will still be willing to do it. Big brother Long Fei, I've done it in my previous life. In this life, I'm willing to do anything for you, even if it means marrying someone I don't like." As he continued to speak, Xianyuan Li's tears silently rolled down. The Immortal's residence. Long Fei had been locked in his room the whole day. He continuously opened and closed the system, checking every attribute of the system. But he couldn't find a way to defeat the Fatri sect in a short 10 days. The person he had to face was not Zhou Yuan, but the entire Fatri sect. He had to have super strong crushing strength, or else he would die. What should I do? How can I become stronger in 10 days? Long Fei frowned. Looking at the fairy order S on the bed, he asked, "Are you still going to pass the examination? The second test?" But Long Fei thought about the kind of situation where he would be instantly devoured if he went in and had no way of fighting. What should I do? If I can rush over, if I can clear the instance dungeon of the Owatutuki Hagoromo's legacy, and obtain the legacy. Maybe I can change it. Long Fei's mind tensed up. Is this the only way? The idea moved. The fairy order clenched its claws. Begin. Buzz. Long Fei instantly entered into the fairy order, but he was not at the surface of the moon. Instead, he was standing at the entrance of the second time, in the gloomy corridor of the first checkpoint. Long Fei rushed in. Darkness. The moment Long Fei stood on the second floor, crash! The sound of a meat grinder rang out, and then, the health point above Long Fei's head suddenly stopped at 0, and the drop of blood that wasn't even enough to last half a second, as Long Fei was teleported out in an instant. It was impossible to pass through such a situation. If one couldn't even see what kind of monster it was, how could one attempt to charge in? Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Tandapeo knocked on the door and said, "Boss, senior sister Chu Qing is here. She seemed to be in a rush for you to go and see her." Huff! Long Fei let out a light breath and said, "All right." He gathered his thoughts and walked out of the room. In a day and night, Long Fei's chin had grown a little, and he looked quite old, to the point that Tandapeo trembled slightly. Not long later, Long Fei stood at the entrance and walked out. Chu Qing leapt out of the forest, and said with incomparable anxiety, "Long Fei, the holy maiden is going to be married to Zhou Yuan, and Zhou Yuan has now become a demon. I heard Master say that the Mr. Celestial wanted to borrow the holy maiden's power to help him through the demon tribulation. That way, in the future, Zhou Yuan would be able to break through his shackles. The female elder sister will die. And, last time at the plaza, Sister Saintess said that to protect you. She was waiting for you." Chu Qing looked at Long Fei with teary eyes and said, "Big Sister Holy Maiden is so pitiful. Long Fei, don't let her marry Zhou Yuan, quickly think of a way." At this moment, Qin Shuang walked out and said anxiously, "Qing quickly leave, someone is coming." Qin Shuang looked at Long Fei and said, "Brother Long, Fatry sect is no longer the Fatry sect of the past. The owner of Beast Hill was imprisoned and the roar of sky touching was killed. Many disciples have mysteriously died. If you can carry the banner, then you must come out. Time is running out. The wedding will be in 3 days." With that said, Qin Shuang pulled Chu Qing and quickly entered the forest. Long Fei was stunned in place. 3 days. The image of a god's tower appeared in his mind. She has a power that can help me go through the tribulation and rush into universal realm. I am a descendant of the Xianyuan nationality. The Xianyuan nationality bloodline was once a strong race of the universal realm. The Xianyuan nationality's blood vein would hide a type of protection. Xianyuan nationality. Many images filled up Long Fei's mind, making him feel as if his head was about to split open. Long Fei roared heavily. From the first 10 days to the current 3 days, his time. How could he crush Overlord Stronger Man in 3 days? There was really no other way. There was really nothing that could be done. However, Long Fei thought of the power of the inheritance of the Oatatuki Hagoromo. Even if this old man were to use my life to pile it up, even if I have to die 10,000 times, this old man will still break through all obstacles. He had been provoked. He had been provoked. Long Fei felt like he was on steroids. He did not think about anything else as the only thing on his mind was clearing the dungeon. Obtain the inheritance of the Oatatuki Hagoromo. No matter what. Judging from the difficulty of the instant's dungeon, this was definitely no ordinary inheritance. Long Fei entered the room and immediately entered the fairy order. Tandapeo stood outside Long Fei's courtyard, looked into the distance, and muttered, "He should be reaching East Imperial City soon?" "Hoo!" Tandapeo let out a light breath and muttered to himself. He should be in a hurry, right? He wasn't confident. When he had followed Long Fei and left the East Imperial City, the elder swordsman had once looked for him alone. making him unable to handle dangerous things and sending people to the East Imperial City. They were able to quickly rush over. Right now was a time like this. He could only hope that the elder swordsman could help Long Fei. I hope it's urgent. Tandapeo let out a light sound, turned and walked into his own courtyard and started cultivating. 3 days. In the blink of an eye. To a martial arts training practitioner, 3 days of time was too short and too fast. It basically could not change anything. Strength, cultivation, any aspect, changing too much in 3 days was impossible. So, nothing could change in 3 days. This was fate. Long Fei didn't believe in fate, he only believed in himself, even if it was his life. He also wanted to go against the heavens and change his life. Now that he thought back to when Xianyuan Li'er was really protecting him, even if he was still protecting him right now, Zhou Daoren was sure that he was a threat. When he recalled what the Queen of Blood Moon had said, Long Fei's heart tightened even more. She's my woman, my Long Fei's woman. Ah! With a roar, Long Fei had already charged into the second level several times. This level was also known as the Dark Hall. Long Fei could currently stand there for 3 seconds. In a short 3 seconds, it looked like a blink of an eye, but this was the result of Long Fei spending 100 deaths to see the situation inside the Dark Hall clearly. At the same time, he also knew what it meant to continuously kill him and devour his power. It was a giant worm that had rushed out from the depths of the earth. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and its mouth was like a giant meat grinder, carrying a powerful suction force. This type of worm didn't have eyes or ears, but its sensing ability was heaven-defying. As Long Fei entered, even if he used the force of variation of invisibility, the power of concealment wouldn't be able to escape its senses. The moment it was sensed, it would be sucked in, swallowed, and its entire body would be sliced into pieces. This way of dying was 10,000 times more cruel than the way of dying on the first floor. Every time he was resurrected, Long Fei's scalp would go numb and his face turn extremely pale. However, even if it was unbearable, he had to endure it now. This was his only path. Boom! Long Fei once again entered the Dark Hall. The idea moved, snapshot step. Buzz! His body directly merged with the walls of the Dark Hall, and he quickly teleported away. It was also at this time. Walala! The ground released an explosive sound as the worm appeared from deep underground and stared at the wall. He sensed that Long Fei was inside the wall, but he did not devour him, because he was waiting for Long Fei to appear. It seems like he won't attack us from the inside. This was the first time Long Fei had tried using the snapshot step. However, from the direction of where the worm was wriggling, it was very clear that Long Fei's location was being engulfed the moment he dared to appear. Moreover, Long Fei was simply unable to attack them from within the walls. If he wanted to attack, he could only do it by showing his head, but if he did, he would only end up as dead. However, Long Fei did not rush to get up, but instead kept moving. If I can spare it and directly enter the 3rd floor, would that count as clearing the level? Of course it wouldn't count in the game. However, this is not a game. Long Fei wanted to give it a try, to continuously enter the Dark Hall, and see a thick dragon door in the deepest part of the city. The Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate that was carved with the 2 Chinese dragon gods. The carp jumps into the Dragon Gate of the Dragon Gate. Why would there be a Dragon Gate in such a place? Long Fei didn't think much about it. The power of the snapshot step directly pierced through, and just as Long Fei came into contact with the Dragon Gate, boom! His body bounced out from the wall. The worm opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force immediately sucked Long Fei's body into it. Long Fei frowned. Crap! Long Fei's body was immediately sucked into it. All of the power in his body was like the power of the seal. He was unable to release it no matter what. He watched the ugly worm open its mouth again, as if to mock him. Useless trash. Do you think you can pass it? Keep dreaming. Kid, tremble in my mouth, ha ha ha. He was exceptionally pleased with himself. As long as he was sucked into its mouth, Long Fei would not be able to hold on for 3 seconds. If you go in, you die. It was exactly the same as before. A day's worth of time had passed, and he had not made the slightest bit of progress. Long Fei could not help but become annoyed. If we can't even go through a dungeon, what can we do to save Lear? How can I take revenge for the defense presbyter? Too weak. This kind of instance dungeon was not something Long Fei could pass through at his current level. If it was anyone else, they would not even be able to deal with the first mutated beast of the first stage. Only then would there be a possibility for the level of the Oatsuki Hagoromo's inheritance dungeon to reach Overlord Realm. Long Fei wasn't even in the royal realm yet, so how could he be a match for her? It was too difficult. He had endured too much. Every time he faced the powerhouse, he would challenge a boss that was higher leveled. It could be said that no martial artist within the same level would be a match for him. Long Fei had been like this from the beginning. Every time, he would challenge an enemy that was stronger than him. I refuse to accept this. Looking at the gigantic mouth that looked like a dark abyss, Long Fei thought back to the scene of Defense Presbyter dying miserably in the end. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails stabbing into his flesh as fresh blood dripped out. But, at that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. I got it. The energy in Long Fei's body gave up struggling and was directly sucked into the worm. It was also at this time. Monochrome suddenly shouted, "No!" Long Fei said, "I don't care anymore anyway, I will die, no matter how I die, so since that's the case, then I will try to self-destruct." Black and White said, "I don't know how you came back to life without end, but self-destruct is not possible because it will harm your primordial spirit." It looked like Long Fei had resurrected without end, and there were no side effects if he died. However, this was not the case. This death may be just a system setting. However, self-detonation is not. Self-destruct was the equivalent of soul flying. There was nothing left behind, even a strand of primordial spirit. Even if Long Fei revived, the self-destruct would definitely harm his primordial spirit. However, Black and White were unable to control Long Fei's body. Long Fei could not think of any other way, so he shouted loudly, "Explode!" A furious roar. A furious roar. His sea of consciousness fiercely surged out with his primordial spirit as the guide. Like a nuclear explosion, devouring all the energy in Long Fei's body together, then exploding it in an instant. This feeling, Long Fei couldn't say it out loud, and felt that the entire world was gone. It was as if he had lost all hope and was abandoned by the entire world. Nothing. There was no sky, no earth, no spiritual sense, no perception, no self. Furthermore, this feeling continued to flow away crazily until there was nothing left. It wasn't painful, but it was more painful than any pain. At this moment, Long Fei knew what Defense Presbyter's self-destruct felt like. Black and White sighed. The old demon's eyes widened as he said, "How bold!" He chose to self-destruct without the slightest hesitation. That decisiveness, I just want to know how many times his primordial spirit can withstand such self-destructions. In the end, you won't even kill us, right? F***ck. If I knew this was going to happen, I wouldn't have entered his body. Isn't this bullsh**t? The Black and White did not speak, but rather sensed Long Fei's emptiness. The old demon rolled his eyes and said in a wretched manner, "Old demon, why don't we take advantage of his injuries and steal his soul? You day, I will night, with the strength of the two of us, returning to the ancient world would not be a problem. How about it?" He was not finished. A power that could suppress the heavens rose up into the air. The old demon's face sank and immediately said, I was joking, I swear to God, I was definitely joking just now. Big brother repression of boundary stones, don't be angry. Calm down, calm down. The old devil's body curled up as he thought to himself, damn it! One day I will smash you into pieces. As long as the repression of boundary stones dared to reach the black and white or the old devil's thoughts of seizing's body, it would immediately release its world-suppressing power. This was their nemesis. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't stop the power of the world. Because their master was firmly pressed down by the repression of boundary stones on the ancient world. And because of this, no matter how strong they became, as long as their master was unable to break through the repression of boundary stones, they would be firmly crushed by it. Black and White said lightly, "Old devil, don't let your imagination run wild. It's better to think about how to keep this kid alive for a little longer." Pfft. I don't want to. If he dies, then we have to do it again. He would not care about Long Fei's life or death. He even wished for Long Fei's death. So he was free. Black and White glanced at the old demon and said, "If he dies, we will never be able to return to the ancient world. Even if Master regains his full strength and tries again, do we still need him to bring us to the ancient world? Let's think of a way." He wasn't very good at protecting his primordial spirit. However, he knew that the old devil was good at these things. However, even if Black and White said so much, he didn't want to protect Long Fei's primordial spirit. In his opinion, Long Fei self-destructing was already a joke using his own life. Why did he need to protect this kind of person who didn't know how to cherish his own life? Rumble! 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 Long Fei's level was not high, but the force of his self-detonation was not the least bit inferior to Defense Presbyter's. Because his sea of consciousness was limitless, in addition to the several tens of millions of true spiritual value in his body. This explosion, the mouth of the giant worm was blown to smithereens. Boom! It crashed to the ground. It was also at this time Long Fei once again resurrected. His body sank slightly and his head felt like it was about to split open. He found it difficult to endure and asked, "Is this the reason behind the injury to his primordial spirit?" It was also at this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the black worm. Congratulations player Long Fei for killing the black worm. Congratulations player Long Fei for killing the black worm. Kill him. Ha ha ha. I can kill him with my own explosion, ha ha. Fuck, I finally thought of exploding. Long Fei looked at the system prompt and his heart was in ecstasy. He forgot about the matter of his primordial spirit being damaged. As long as there was a way, Long Fei wouldn't care about all that. As long as he could become stronger, even if he had to endure 100,000 tribulations, he wouldn't hesitate. Go back in. Buzz! Long Fei's figure once again entered space. He kicked open the dark hall's door and heavily shouted, "All of you, come to me." The dark hall had more than one black worm. As Long Fei stepped into the dark hall, another giant worm broke through the ground and inhaled fiercely towards him. Long Fei smirked and laughed. "I'm just afraid that you won't self-destruct." Without any hesitation, he chose to self-destruct the moment his body was sucked into the worm. Rumble! Rumble! Hundreds of millions of HP instantly bottomed out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Black Worm, for obtaining 150,000 experience, 100,000 true chi points, 0 universal value. Continue. Long Fei did not stop. He also stopped thinking about the matter of his primordial spirit being damaged. Once again entering the dark hall, he chose to self-destruct once again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Black Worm, for obtaining 150,000 experience, 100,000 true chi points, 0 universal value. Ha ha ha! Again. Long Fei was just like a madman, never getting tired of it. At first, he thought that Long Fei would know that his primordial spirit was being damaged, but after a few consecutive attempts, he was somewhat stupefied. Damn, is he sick? Black and White said. If you don't help him, his fire of primordial spirit will be extinguished. You should know the consequences if his fire of primordial spirit is annihilated, right? The old demon said, It's 10,000 times more miserable than the soul flying. It really can't be reincarnated forever. It doesn't even have a single chance. Not to mention ghosts, it doesn't even have the chance to be a speck of dust. Black and White said, That's why you have to help him. The old demon said, I don't want to help. Black and White. He said nothing more, because he knew the old demon's temper, and also knew Long Fei's character. If the first few times that Long Fei did this was considered fun, then he would become even more crazy. He wouldn't stop at all, and he would continue to do it non-stop. And the old devil would be frightened. After all, in this world, no one would degrade their own primordial spirit like that. Other than Long Fei, there was only one other person, and that was the current old demon. Back then, he too had used the power of his primordial spirit to defend his master with all his might. Long Fei's action had already touched the string in his heart. Rumble. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, King level 1. Ha ha ha. It leveled up. This is great. Just as Long Fei was getting excited, he felt blood welling up in his throat. Unable to hold it in, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, there was blood in his nostrils and in his eyes. The fire of primordial spirit was getting weaker and weaker. It wasn't because Long Fei changed it instantly, but there were some things that even if he increased a lot in levels, he wouldn't be able to recover completely. Long Fei had always known that his primordial spirit was being damaged, but he had no other choice. Both fists clenched tightly once again. Hold on a bit more, Long Fei. You can't fall down. Again. Long Fei roared like a madman. This was his hope. He would not let go, he would not let go. Because he was Long Fei. No matter how powerful fate is, how can it stop me? No matter how powerful fate is, how can it stop me? No matter how strong the will of heaven is, how can it stop me? No matter how strong the creatures in the world are, how can they stop me? Never bow your head to anyone, be it the destiny god, or the god's tribe, or the strong enemies of all living things in the world. Long Fei would never lower his head. It wasn't because he was stubborn, but because he was unyielding. It was this belief that made him fearless. No matter how much pain he endured, no matter how much he knew he might die, he would still grit his teeth and persevere as long as he could. Because he was Long Fei. Ah! Long Fei roared and then entered the dark hall again. Come again! The huge worm broke through the ground once again, rushing out from under his feet, directly swallowing Long Fei. Long Fei was the same, without any hesitation. Explode for me. Suicide methods. No one could do that. Being so cruel to himself, he was not a masochist. He just wanted to become stronger. Rumble. The dark worm exploded again. Long Fei revived once again and spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, his blood turned black and his body seemed like it was about to collapse. However, Long Fei said in a heavy voice, again. Rumble. Rumble. Ding. 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 Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, King level 2. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, King level 3. Level 1 billion experience. Long Fei self-destructed 7 times. Every time he self-destructed, fire of primordial spirit would become weaker. After a short half-day, Long Fei's fire of primordial spirit was like a lamp without oil, flames flickered. Floating in the air. It could go out at any time. Even if Long Fei's body was made of stars, it still wouldn't be able to bear his consumption of energy. Again. All that was in front of Long Fei was blood. This is crazy. They're all King crazy. The fire of primordial spirit still hasn't extinguished. Are you King going to extinguish it? The old demon was going crazy, looking at the fire of primordial spirit in Long Fei's sea of consciousness. He was extremely weak. But even so, Long Fei never thought of stopping it. Even so, those threads of fire of primordial spirit still did not go out. Compared to the attack his master endured back then, and Long Fei's words, he felt that his crazy actions were just a child's play. He didn't care about his life. What is Long Fei? Long Fei was crazy to the point of not wanting to live. He was dancing in front of death, dancing with his life, dancing with his energy. He was tired of living, he did not want to live at all. Long Fei ignored the old demon, tightly holding onto his fairy order. He shouted again, and again, enter. The old demon shouted, go to hell, you're going to die soon. Long Fei said, I have no more time. The idea was released. Buzz. Long Fei once again entered the fairy order's instance dungeon. Huff huff. Long Fei's footsteps were slow, as he supported himself on the wall, looking at the last worm in front of the dragon door that was covered in thick golden armor. Come! After I take care of you, I will break through to the second layer. The fire of primordial spirit began floating. Long Fei's idea entered his sea of consciousness once again. The fire of primordial spirit became weaker and weaker. Following Long Fei's control of the idea, the flame became a little smaller, and after his self-detonation, he would probably not be able to hold on any longer. He had no time. 3 days went by in an instant. If he could not obtain a more powerful strength, he could only watch Xianyuan Li'er marrying someone else as he was used by Zhou Yuan like a tool. He could not allow such a thing to happen. Again. Long Fei roared out and rushed towards the last worm boss. The old demon was stunned. I've always been because I'm the craziest person in this world. I never thought that you would be crazier than lousy, I really. Brat, you're in a hurry to stop right now. Isn't it just a woman? Is there a need for you to go all out like this? If you stop now, you might be in a hurry, but when the time comes. Long Fei completely ignored the old demon. In his heart, he was still determined. There wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation. The old demon king was about to be driven crazy by Long Fei. Damn you, immortal, I was talking to you. If you self-destruct one more time, you really would be in the air. Holy *T. Can you listen to me? Damn you. No matter what the old demon said, Long Fei acted as if he did not hear it. If he couldn't even save his own woman, then what kind of man was he? He had always wanted to protect the people around him, but they had always been protecting him. If not for Xianyuan Li'er, he would have died. If he couldn't save her, then he would blame himself for his entire life. Come on. Long Fei rushed towards the black worm boss, the red light covering his body scattered in all directions, once again increasing the explosive power to its maximum, as he hysterically roared out. Buzz! Following Long Fei's release of this burst of power, the fire of primordial spirit in his spirit sea slowly extinguished. His body was exploding. The dark worms were also exploding. With the destruction of fire of primordial spirit, even if the great Luo Golden Immortal came, it would be useless. Long Fei also felt that he was disappearing, which was different from the way he self-destructed and disappeared. This time, he felt that even his primordial spirit was disappearing. Am I going to die? Am I really going to die this time? Perhaps. This is a relief to me too. Long Fei closed his eyes. He did his best. He did everything he could think of. However, he couldn't do it. Seeing the last bit of spark seed on the fire of primordial spirit extinguish, Long Fei closed his eyes. It was also at this time. Suddenly, an incomparably gentle voice called out, "Fair!" A middle-aged woman appeared in his world, causing Long Fei to feel an inexplicable sense of warmth. The middle-aged woman looked at Long Fei with tears in her eyes. "Fair, Mother misses you so much. I didn't expect you to reach this stage." Long Fei trembled slightly. "Mother?" The middle-aged woman was Mu Wanner, but she was not a real person, but was instead an illusionary figure within Long Fei's primordial spirit. The middle-aged woman could not control herself and said, "Don't say any more. Mother will immediately reignite your fire of primordial spirit." Mu Wanner did not say much. It was In's primordial spirit just in case something happened. If her primordial spirit was destroyed, she could protect Long Fei again. His hands formed a seal. Waves of power were released from Mu Wanner's body and transferred. Boom! With an explosive sound, Long Fei's fire of primordial spirit was ignited once more. It was also at this time. Mu Wanner's figure slowly turned into pieces. "Fair, in the future, Mother won't be able to protect you anymore. You have to take care of yourself, you have to protect yourself well." The fragments turned into powder, and the powder disappeared. In another place, in a desolate plain, Mu Wanner spat out a mouthful of black blood and his face was covered with it. Behind her, a man holding a 7 stars lantern said, "Wanner, how long will you live if you give your fire of primordial spirit to him?" Mu Wanner revealed a faint smile and said, "Even if I had to die 10,000 times, I would still be willing to let my son live." "Hurry up! Hurry up! Old devil, are you really going to watch him die? Do you know he's the only hope? It's the hope of this world, and it's also our hope. Are you sure you haven't figured out the situation? It's fine if you're usually muddle-headed, but you're still muddle-headed at a time like this? Why are you in his body? Don't you have a little compulsion in your heart?" The black and white were practically roaring. When he felt that Long Fei's fire of primordial spirit was extinguished, his heart crumbled. Because he did not want Long Fei to die. He had never said a word since the beginning. He had never thought that the old demon would save Long Fei at the most crucial moment. He did not move from the beginning, did not do anything. Otherwise, why would Long Fei's fire of primordial spirit be extinguished? The old demon was also sweating profusely. He angrily said, "Old ghost, stop being so noisy for your father. I've been helping him. Do you think he can withstand dozens of explosions without my power? I don't have any points in my heart? I didn't save him? I've been saving him, but... The power from the old demon was still pouring into Long Fei's spirit ocean without end, but he was completely unable to feel Long Fei's spirit sea. There was only one possibility in this situation, or Long Fei was dead, his primordial spirit shattered, his soul flying destroyed, or Long Fei's spirit ocean was in a closed state, so no amount of power could enter from the outside. Black and White said anxiously, "But what? Say it clearly and see what I can do." The old demon said in a low voice, "My power can't enter his spirit sea. Logically speaking, I should be able to easily enter his spirit ocean at his level, but, however, my power has always been pushed outside of my spirit ocean, so I can't go in. Either this kid is dead and my soul has collapsed, or else it's because there's a power even stronger than mine in his spirit ocean." Once the fire of primordial spirit was extinguished, Long Fei would not disappear instantly. There will be time. It was because of this that the old demon did not panic when the fire of primordial spirit was extinguished. This was because his strength could ignite Long Fei's fire of primordial spirit once again. Even if he had to pay a heavy price, He was very clear in his heart that without Long Fei, they would have no hope at all. But, when he wanted to reignite fire of primordial spirit, he found that Long Fei's spirit ocean was already closed, and his power could not enter. He was also extremely anxious. Old ghost, will he die? I really didn't expect him to be this crazy. If he had entered Long Fei's spirit ocean earlier, he probably wouldn't have ended up like this. Black and White knew what it meant to have their spiritual seas close, and their voices lost their luster. This must be fate. Thinking back to how powerful his master was back then. The #1 powerhouse, the absolute overlord of ancient world, an existence that turned the tide with a flip of his hand. But, so what? In the end, it was still hard for him to escape death. He was also suppressed, unable to break through that shackle, unable to change this world, unable to save this world. Compared to his previous master, the current Long Fei was like an ant and a giant. Since his master had failed, how could he possibly succeed? Black and White said flatly, maybe. His master had lost the bet from the very beginning. This kid was indeed tenacious, and was impeccable in every aspect, but his personality is too single, and he doesn't understand how to sacrifice the people around him. Black and White could not understand why a woman would self-destruct to become stronger. What was a woman? It was just a toy. What was there to be serious about? In the eyes of the powerhouse, what kind of woman do you want? Why would he sacrifice himself for a lowly woman? In the past, his master would never have done this. Black and White couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand it at all. But he did not say anything else, but quietly waited. He was silent. The old demon kept trying, using all kinds of methods, and finally, there was nothing he could do, so he fell silent. The sarcophagus was silent. The azure dragon, sacred ancestral, ancient devil tree, and spring of life all became silent. No one spoke. They were all waiting for death to come. Once Long Fei's primordial spirit was destroyed, they would also dissipate along with it, because if they remained parasitic in Long Fei's body, it would still be fine for them to die, but if their primordial spirit was extinguished, they would also die. However, they were very calm. He was as calm as if this had happened more than once. They didn't die last time. It was their master who blocked everything and released their power, thus they escaped this calamity. Tens of millions of years had passed. They were waiting for their second chance, but now, what awaited them was still failure. What was different from last time was that this time, there was still death. Time passed minute by minute. No one made a sound. However, just then, a strange voice sounded out in Long Fei's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Dark Worm King, for obtaining 48,000 experience, 50,000 true spiritual value, 0 universal value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Dark God's armor. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Darkness Divine Sword. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Ring of Darkness. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Dark God's Boots. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, King level 4. A series of system beep sounds rang out. Long Fei opened his eyes slightly. His eyes were a little dazed, and he could not help but mutter under his breath, "Mother." After letting out a shout, he suddenly stood up and looked around. "Mother, mother, is that you? Mother, where are you?" It was also at this time. Long Fei's consciousness entered his spirit sea and shouted, "Mother, are you here? Mother, I missed you so much." Memory seal. Long Fei had never seen his mother before. Only when he was born, but that picture was too blurry. His spirit ocean was in an uproar. Fire of primordial spirit was several meters tall, which was completely different from the few centimeters tall fire of primordial spirit that Long Fei had seen in the beginning. Mother! Are you still there? Mother! Long Fei shouted loudly, but Mu Wanner's voice could no longer be heard from within his spirit ocean. As Long Fei looked at his burning fire of primordial spirit, he clenched his fists tightly and muttered, Mother, I will take good care of myself. I will protect myself. I will never treat myself like this again. His life had been given to him by his mother. Moreover, this fire of primordial spirit. Long Fei didn't dare think about it. Even if he did not understand, after the things that just happened, he was clear that if a person did not have a fire of primordial spirit, then that person would not be far from soul flying. He was afraid to think about it. The primordial spirit was destroyed. Everything was gone. The souls of the 3 souls shattered into nothingness. The barren plain. Mu Wanner was no longer there. The 7-star lamp in the man's hand ignited with blue flames. Tears flowed from his eyes as he looked at the blue fire within the 7-star lamp. Wanner, no matter what, I will save you. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.